Are we ready to begin? Yeah, you're welcome to. We are required to have a mayor or deputy mayor present per the city charter. So once we have one of those two leaders, we will call the meeting to order. All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting of your Pontiac City Council for December 19th, 2023 is hereby called to order. We give the floor to the Honorable Councilman William Parker, Jr. to introduce this evening's invocation.
Thank you, Brother President McGinnis, and I could say good evening to everyone. I hope you all have had a very good, blessed day in the Lord. This evening, we're going to be blessed by Pastor James, who's going to give us our invocation.
Let us bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this night. We thank you for this day that you've given us, Lord. We thank you for this meeting before us and all those who are here. We ask your blessings tonight upon our absent members. We ask your blessing tonight upon all of the council and all of the those visitors who are here and all of the citizens of this city. We ask you to bless us, strengthen us, keep us, give us the understanding and the wisdom that we need to be able to make good decisions. These blessings we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We now join as a community to hold a moment of silence prior to the formal beginning of this evening's proceedings. And this evening, let us join together and remember, you good? Let us come together and remember those service members, American service members, who are currently deployed abroad. This holiday season, they are not able to be with their family and loved ones. Please, as we pause as a community with a moment of silence to remember them and in gratitude for their service and great sacrifice, especially this time of year. A moment of silence, please. Thank you very much. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington.
Present.
Goodman. James.
Here.
McGinnis.
Present.
Nicholson. Parker.
Here.
Rutherford.
Present.
Mr. President, you have quorum.
Quorum being established, could I please have a motion to excuse council members Goodman and Nicholson for personal reasons?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. For that motion to excuse those two council members from the meeting. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the motion.
Carrington.
Yes.
James.
Yes?
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Those council members are therefore excused. Is there a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
So moved.
Is there a support?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilwoman James, that we adopt and approve this evening's agenda as prepared. Could I please have a motion to amend the motion before us right now, removing the current number 8 under the city clerk section of resolutions? That's the resolution to approve the transfer of an existing Class C liquor license. The applicant had not provided all of the final documentation, so we'll hold off until they do.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, per the feedback from Clerk Doyle in his office. Anything further you want to offer on that proposed amendment, Clerk Doyle? All right, that covers that base. Any further discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing nothing further, roll call, Clerk Doyle on the motion to amend the agenda by removing that resolution, the current number 8.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The amendment is now reflected in the main motion, the agenda as amended. Is there any further amendments, discussion, deliberation? Hearing nothing further, speakers list is exhausted. Roll call and adoption of the agenda as amended. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The agenda is approved, and we will proceed accordingly. Is there a motion to approve this evening's consent agenda?
So moved.
I'll
Is there-
support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. Tonight's consent agenda includes the December 11th Parks, Recreation, and Public Works Subcommittee meeting minutes, and the December 12th City Council meeting minutes and closed session minutes. With that, roll call and adoption of the consent agenda. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda is approved, and those sets of meeting minutes have been adopted. All right. Is there a motion to approve the resolution approving appointment of Terrence Price as Parks and Recreation Director?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
All right. It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. So this item is now before us. We have this towards the beginning of the meeting, since the mayor's appointee for the position is coming in from out of state and has been here in person for a few rounds of interviews, but we wanted to be respectful of his schedule. I'll just flag for the member of the audience that you have your flash on. Our city council rules do allow photography and recording, but the constant flash photography is problematic. Mayor Grimel, you have the floor to introduce the matter before us for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. President. We were very impressed by Torrance when we interviewed him on more than one occasion, and we believe that he is both the right candidate due to his extensive experience, having served as Director of Parks and Recreation in a community in Indiana, having served as a recreation superintendent in a different community in Indiana, as well as having background before that as a youth and adult sports coordinator. We also believe that Torrance is the right fit for our community because of his excellent communication abilities, and because of those factors, together with his exceptional organizational skills, we think that he's the right person to lead the Parks and Recreation Department in the coming years as we embark on a number of important initiatives, including the building of a new youth recreation center. So we were very impressed by Torrance, and we wholeheartedly endorse him and recommend him for the position of Director of the Department of Parks and Recreation.
All right, very good. Mr. Price, are you able to hear us clearly?
Good evening, I am.
All right, and we're able to see you on the big screen and also hear you clearly. So if you'd like to, especially because of your coming to us live over the airwaves, if you could share with us, give us a little perspective on you and your professional history.
Well, first, I want to thank everybody and thank the mayor for this wonderful opportunity. It's extremely humbling to have the opportunity to serve, and with service, I'm looking forward to having fun while we serve the community of Pontiac. For myself, Parks and Recreation has become a passion of mine. I've been blessed to be a part of this industry for the past 14 years, going on 15 years. And what I love about it is just being able to serve the community and give families an outlet for their kids and themselves to look to that enriches their lives. And so I look forward to joining, learning the team, learning what's going on, implementing just the little things that I've gained over the knowledge I've gained over the years, and I'm just excited. My family's excited for us to be a part of it.
Very good. How we'll proceed is that the motion is now before us for the consideration. So council members will engage in questions and deliberations on the approval before us, but council members, if you could direct questions to me, especially because of the technological process, we can make sure that he knows the questions and then we let him answer and then keep it going if that makes sense. So with that, who would like to first be on the speakers list? Pro Tem Carrington, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. First, I want to say that I'm very impressed with the resume and the history of work. I am familiar with Ferris State as well as Kenwood Parks and Recreation, so this candidate definitely has a lot of experience in this order. But my question is that here in the city of Pontiac, this is a great opportunity for someone that wants to build a system building recreational program. So on day one, what would, coming in at day one, what would be some of your goals?
You have the floor, Mr. Price.
Thank you. First off, one of my goals would be just to find my way to the office consistently. Just the basic things, getting a consistent place to stay, but most importantly, learning everybody's name and learning what's happening and what's going on. I'm a firm believer in being able to adapt to situations and not feeling like I have to come in and just tear the whole floor up and start everything all over. I believe there's a beautiful foundation that's already been established there, and it's one where it's about serving the community and winning at serving the community. So I'm not there to gain any glory or anything. I'm just trying to be a part of the team, learn what's going on and enhance it, and be a part of a continual winning product that the city of Pontiac has.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, Councilman Parker is next on the speakers list, but just for the community's benefit, if you accessed our council packets, you would have seen this, but I want to just recap for those that may be interested. The mayor's appointee for the Parks and Recreation Director position holds a Bachelor of Science in Physical Education from Valparaiso University, a Master of Science in Sports Administration from Valparaiso University. He was head varsity basketball coach at St. Xavier Catholic School in Junction City, Kansas, physical education teacher at that same school, head athletic director at that same school, head freshman basketball coach in Junction City, 2003-2004, substitute teacher and paraprofessional behavior disorder for the county schools, director of basketball operations for Valparaiso in 06 to 07, athletics director of development at Ferris State University, located in Big Rapids, Michigan, site coordinator for ARCH, which is Kentwood Public Schools freshman campus in 09 and 010 through the City of Kentwood Parks and Recreation Department. They are located outside of Grand Rapids in Kent County in the state of Michigan. Community Schools Coordinator for D.A. Blodgett's St. John's in Kentwood. Site Coordinator in Kentwood Public Schools for Southwood Elementary, again for Parks and Recreation. Youth and Adult Sports Coordinator for Kentwood Parks and Recreation, 2014 to 2016. Recreation Superintendent for Valparaiso Parks and Recreation, 2017 to 2021. And now Director of Parks and Recreation for Merrillville, Indiana, fall of 2021 to present. And with that, Councilman Parker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Price, thank you for sharing a little bit of your time with us this evening. We know you're probably busy, and we want to certainly be diligent and respecting of your time. My question is, sir, having looked at your resume and evaluated some of the experience that you have, what made you decide to apply for the Pontiac?
You have the floor, Mr. Price.
Well, I'm familiar with the state of Michigan, spending almost 10 years in the city of Kentwood, living there, and I was familiar with the other side of the state, Pontiac, during my fundraising days at Ferris State. I thought it was interesting because the time I was there, that side of the state, Pontiac, was going on some different changes. So I was kind of curious to see what was all happening there now. And my wife and I, we have a son that is in the 8th grade. So the next step for him in terms of where we wanted him to go to school was very, very important to us at that time. And, Michigan is a place that's near and dear to their hearts. My wife being from Grand Rapids, my son being born in Grand Rapids, and an avid Michigan fan. So I figured, I would just put my name in the hat and I would see what happened.
Thank you.
Mr. Price, I see that Merrillville, Indiana seems to be relatively close to the Chicago region, although still in Indiana. Looks like the population's about 35,000. Can you describe for the council and the community the strengths and weaknesses, or what was the nature of their parks and recreation operations that you currently lead there? And you have the floor.
It was a very unique situation coming here to Merrillville versus the city of Valparaiso, which was only a 20-minute difference. First of all, it's a town, but as a town, it's the largest town in the state of Indiana, meaning that it's bigger than certain cities that are here. Part of the things that they've never really established truly a parks recreation department or program. So they built a community center, which was opened in March 2021, as to be a jumpstart towards that. And so the community center is about 84,000 square feet, roughly over $20 million. And it's been able to house many different events. We've hosted All-Star Guard from the Cleveland Cavaliers, Darius Garland's basketball camp, Chicago WNBA champion Dana Evans's basketball camp from Chicago Sky. We've hosted several MMA events, along with kind of jumpstarting some programming things here for the town of Merrillville to kind of move the parks and department in that direction. And also in terms of handling the community center, we were responsible for over 20 parks here. So we've spent close to $200,000 in the past 2 years upgrading our parks. And when I say upgrading, infrastructure, wiring, lights, routine maintenance, things that had not been done for a long time, parks improvement, parks evaluation in terms of playground equipment, all of those types of things there. So really, Merrillville is really for the first time in 50 years has taken a huge step in developing fully their parks and recreation system and department. And these past 2 years has been a great experience. It's been fun to be a part of that process and in both educating each other. So there's things I had to learn being from a town perspective, because most of my experience is from the city side. And there were things that they were learning because I was blessed to come from outstanding parks and recreation departments and bring a little bit of knowledge that could help enhance their goals and help some things come to fruition.
Thank you. Councilman James, would you like the floor?
Yes.
Microphone.
My question is, I was also, just wanted to say that I was also fortunate to be a part of the interview process that interviewed Mr. Price. And one of the things that impressed me is that, first of all, he is currently serving as a Parks and Rec director. And even more so, he is has full responsibility for a new community center, which we are trying to build. Their community center was built in 2021. And so he is currently managing a new community center. And I just thought those attributes were things that we really needed to see in the city of Pontiac. I guess my question to you, first of all, I want to thank you for accepting the position. I do think that you're going to do some amazing things here in the city of Pontiac, but just want to know, coming in to a new city, what would you, how do you see yourself being able to give us the things that we are looking for in this position? Because we're looking for a manager that can bring together all three of these components: parks, recreation, and also a new facility. So what do you think that with the experience that you have, how do you see that working for us?
Thank you so much. Personally, I just think experience in understanding communities. Being a former school teacher, I think that helps me out a whole lot, especially in terms of with the youth. Youth has always been a topic of major conversations, but unfortunately in those conversations, we fail to realize, put some funding behind it, because every year we seem to see that things are being cut from an educational standpoint. The other big thing is just evaluation. studying what we have, what do we have going on right now. There are some things that may not need as much attention to because it already has a flow to it. It's already kind of going well. That allows you to put the emphasis and focus on other things that we may need to get off the ground. But most importantly is just the understanding that I'm here to work. I'm here to serve. I'm not here to kick my feet up. I'm not here to say that I made it. I'm here to be a part of it and be a part of a winning product. So I just think all those experiences, definitely dealing with builders, understanding what the bills cost, when the newness wears off, being a part of a program before that we had a partnership with the schools that had an aquatic center, working those things out, little things like that. I think it'll help us out a whole lot. But most importantly, just letting people know that I'm a part of them. That's my big thing right now. I'm here to serve and I'm here to work and I'm here to get some things done and continue to improve the city of Pontiac.
Awesome. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Good evening. My first question is, you talk a lot about sports in your resume. What are you going to do to enhance and improve enrichment programs outside of sports, i.e. music, drama, and that nature? And my second question is, describe to me an opportunity where you had to use your skill building and your conflict resolution, where you've had to deal with staff and how you handled that.
Mr. Price,
Thank you. To answer to your first question, the first thing you learn in life is before you learn you're athletic, you learn that you're smart. If you don't believe me, if you give a kid a ball, the first thing you're going to do is stick the ball in his mouth. If you talk and sing to a baby, they're going to try and talk and sing back to you. So you learn that you're smart first. And then 99% of the people we work with will never touch a basketball, be involved in sports. So that's why youth enrichment programs are super, super important, whether it's STEM-related programs, STEAM-related programs, not just your music, your art, but coding, sign language skills, e-learning things, e-sports type of things, and especially with funding being cut in the schools, Parks and Recreation has the opportunity to be a bridge to teach those traditional things that we used to get in the schools, i.e. a sewing class, i.e. a cooking class. So youth enrichment programs, I believe, are very just as much essential as sports-related programs, because those are your future politicians, there's your future engineers, and you want to be able to inspire and reach everybody, not just a certain population. In terms of conflict resolution, there's a lot of different stories that I could possibly tell, especially when you're dealing with human beings, political settings, as such as the ones I've lived in small towns. But I would say probably the biggest one I had to deal with was me coming into a situation with a preschool that we ran in the city. And I was just there to be nice, to introduce myself and just let the person know I support them. But they gave me the cold shoulder from the jump, sight seen. And I had to be really wise in the situation because this was a program that she had pretty much established. So I didn't really try to bother her as much. And to be honest with you, I did not even know that she was treating me like this. I did not find out about how she felt about me until after she left, when she came back and apologized. But the biggest thing that we were trying to do, and I want her to understand, is it's about being successful. It's not about being successful Torrance Price's way. It's just about being successful, and the families loved her. The kids loved her. So there was no need for me to kind of push or do anything. I just wanted to know she felt successful, and being able to take a step back and allow that person to, feel the way they felt, continue to do the good things they were doing, led to a relationship afterwards where we have a stronger relationship now than we would have while she was working if I would have, been more intentional and pushing on getting my agenda across.
My follow-up is, one of the director's jobs to me is to be bridging the gap between the school district and the city of Pontiac. Give me 3 examples of what you would do in the first 90 days. Thanks.
First thing is be consistent. When it comes to school districts, they want to know you're consistent, you're really with them. The second thing is listening. School districts today, they catch a lot of flack, especially from the public school sector. We know charter schools and things are popping up everywhere. We know how things have taken a political turn since 2020 with COVID when it came through homeschooling, those type of different issues and things. So you really want to listen. And the third thing is to be compassionate. Being a former educator, I understand how hard their job is. I understand that they're not just there just to be a teacher. A lot of times they're mom, dad, uncles, they're feeding kids all day. So I think as long as we do, I not only do those three things the first 90 days, but the entire time that we there, we can start to build a trust amongst each other.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion from the City Council? All right, the Parks and Recreation Director position it is currently vacant and has been vacant since its reestablishment. It's been many years since the City of Pontiac has had a Parks and Recreation Director. Within this department falls Parks, Youth Recreation, Senior Services, and recreation more broadly. Did I miss anything, Councilwoman James?
Well, the building that we,
Yeah,
the
and so
supervision of the building.
So within that youth recreation pillar, if you will, there's the establishment of a new youth recreation center to continue the youth recreation millage-funded activities as well. So a great opportunity, but also a great challenge that the city has and this new position would have as well, with rebuilding and reestablishing a thriving Parks and Recreation Department to benefit the people of Pontiac. Hearing no further discussion, speakers list is exhausted. Clerk Doyle, it is now time for roll call vote on the adoption of the resolution approving the appointment of Torrance Price as Parks and Recreation Director.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes,
5 yeas, no nays.
that motion carries. Mr. Price, you have now been appointed Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Pontiac, Michigan. We are now going to applaud you remotely.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm truly appreciative, and it's such a huge blessing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for being able to join us tonight. I know that you have come physically in person a few different times from Indiana through the interview process. So with that, we'll move to the next agenda item, unless Mayor Greimel has information to share to the council and community in terms of prospective start date. It's okay if you still need to deliberate with your new employee on that.
Well, we're still working out the very specific date, but we anticipate early January, so in the very near future. And congratulations, Mr. Price, Director Price. I will begin calling you now, and we're looking forward to working with you once you arrive.
Thank you so much. I think the final date was January the 3rd, which is that Wednesday. That's when I plan on being there.
Very good. Well, happy holiday season to you, and we'll see you very early in the new year. Bless you.
All right. Thank you.
Next on our agenda, ladies and gentlemen, we have the first of two public hearings. Last week, we had a special presentation that the administration provided in terms of our request and proposal for the potential purchase of city-owned land. The city charter requires that we hold public hearings to consider and weigh whether such a sale should be considered, and that must take place prior to any action. Neither of these potential sales are on this evening's agenda, and we do not anticipate them before the calendar year is done. We anticipate that as they're continuing to finalize that a potential proposal will come before the City Council, because the City Council must also approve the sale of any publicly owned land. The first site that we are discussing is a former landfill, and it is located on Kennett Road in the city of Pontiac. The parcel number is 14-18-301-002. I believe it is 77 acres that the site is. Approximately 77 acres is what has been shared at a previous city council meeting. So what we will do is provide the administration opportunity, if they have anything new, to provide perspective before we open the public hearing in terms of the potential sale. Again, it was the subject of a special presentation at last week's meeting, and we did that intentionally so that way you knew the scoop prior to the public hearing being held, so as you offer your perspective and raise questions. With that, Mayor Grimo, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Not a lot new, but just as a reminder for those who maybe were not watching last week's meeting or not present for last week's meeting, this sale would be of the Kennett Road landfill, as has been mentioned. Given that it's a former landfill, there are environmental challenges with the site, which probably explains why it has sat fallow for so long as an undeveloped parcel in the city. We are proposing selling it to an entity for $500,000, and that entity's initial plans would be to create an industrial manufacturing facility there on a portion of the parcel. Longer term, their hopes are to develop some residential properties there as well. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. With that, every member of the public will be able to speak during the public hearing. You are required to state your name and address, and we'll likely limit it to 2 minutes per person. But if there is a new question that comes up, you can loop back for a round 2. So with that, I'll start the timer, and whoever first would like to take the microphone. Oh, the public hearing for the potential sale of city-owned property at the former landfill at Kennett Road is now open. So if anyone wishes to speak for the public hearing, you can take the podium. The time is 6:33 p.m. for this first public hearing. And if you could turn on the microphone, sir. It's the button at the right. Yep.
Chuck Johnson, 21 North Paddock Road, Pontiac. You know, I look at these 2 proposals. Are we doing one at a time, or we're putting them together? Okay, number 1. Okay, thank you. So with the Collier Road landfill, the potential buyer wants to do something with this land. And of course, we know it to be a landfill. My first question to the council is, how will this prospective buyer begin to develop the land whenever the water table on that property is so high? It would take a lot more excavating work to get it to a point where it's buildable or usable. And the grade elevation would be such that the property to the north, which is the housing project, would certainly be on the side of a hill. But that's neither here nor there. What I want to address is the fact that we have individuals who come into this city all the time and try and select most of our properties that we should be using as a city because we own them and we need them. But yet, we're offering the opportunity for outsiders to come in and buy it up. The prospective buyer wants to incorporate another piece of property, and I'm going to speak on that when I come back on that piece. But anyways, I don't think that the city should entertain selling this piece of property under criteria that was introduced last week at the council meeting, and I can relate to that later. Thank you very much.
Let me pass for the council. I brought this. This is the format that's been followed for years and years.
We're not going to be able to reach that.
Who would like to pass these? Does anybody want to see these? The format that's been followed. Or I can hand it to council people if anybody would like to see it. But that's.
Please use the microphone.
Okay, I'm doing it now. Deirdre Waterman, Dr. Deirdre Waterman, Mayor Emerita of the City of Pontiac. It's 312 Ottawa Drive. I am addressing this so-called public hearing, but it's unusual in terms of a public hearing as the way they've always been done by every administration I've known in the City of Pontiac, as well as our Planning Commission, which has public hearings, because there's nothing in this week's agenda, no material, no homework done by administration about what this sale is, what this public hearing about.
So unless you're scrambling through, somebody who wasn't there last week, trying to find out what this sale is about as required by the city charter, you don't have anything. So for those of you who are looking to say, I want to talk about this, it's not a public hearing, it's really a public guessing game, all right? So I did bring for you, and you should already know because it's been done by every council that I've ever known since I've lived in the city of Pontiac. Certainly did it during my administration, it's certainly done at Planning Commission. And the guideline should be, there should be in the packet the information that we're supposed to reveal. And then there's a whole series of activity that's supposed to go on with the public hearing that has been addressed and adopted by the commissions and the city councils. So I hope City Council, as you are asked to give the public, to participate with administration trying to push the public to call this a public hearing when we don't have the usual bones of a public hearing, as has always been for the council for the people to be able to remark upon. But despite that, I'm going to bring to mind two other things. The word sale is listed in both of these so-called public hearings. Now, the word sale generally means you get money for it or some kind of compensation. So I was here last week, and apparently we're not getting any compensation for one of the properties the way it's proposed.
That concludes your time.
Okay, you have a second one, I'll speak to that too. Okay.
Hooray.
Carlton Jones, 1323 Oakland Drive. It's interesting, Council President, you say we got information last week. Just what our past mayor was talking about. The whole presentation last week was about a project that somebody was coming to bring into town. We were looking to get information about what is the sale. You combine them together. Now, we got to do things perfect. We got to do things somewhat in some kind of order that makes sense. To say we can come speak on something, the mayor just said, now, okay, yeah, it's a $500,000 deal. Here's what none of that was in the package. Some of us do look at the package information is given. And we have a right to know that kind of information. Especially when you're talking about selling, you want us to come to a public hearing to speak to it. If we don't have that information, you guys may have it. But it's not just the council's property. This is the city's property. And if you want us to have an opportunity to come and voice for or against it or whatever, we need to have some information on it. We did not get it last week. It wasn't in the package this week. I look for it. I look in the package and go through it thoroughly. So how do you think for us to speak to this and we don't really know what's going on? It sounds like he was combining the two deals together with a deal already cut. Now, if you want to speak them on separately now, I don't know how we can speak on them separately, and they was combined together last Tuesday. Am I right? That's what to combine together. So how can we speak on them if they combine together? I'm going to say this, though, because this right here is what I feel is going on. It's been a deal cut on these properties, combined together, and you don't really want us to know what the deal is. And I just think that's just not the way for us to do business around here, especially on city-owned property. That's not the way for us to do it. I'll come back around.
Good afternoon. My name is Darlene Clark, 506 Nebraska Avenue, Pontiac, Michigan. My concern, I agree with the people that came before me on the concerns that they have for the residents. I also have a bigger concern on this other than just not bringing it to the public. You bring half information, but you don't bring a starting bid on how much you're asking for these properties. These properties has been through many a hands since emergency management and have sold for very cheap in packages, especially Purdue School. It was in another package that sold less than $600,000. Now it's back in your hands with the conditions, and you don't even state the contract on the purpose of selling. If these people buy, are you going to take the gas drums from out of the buildings? Are you going to pay partial, or is it buy as is? You don't give a description of anything going forward in selling the people's property. Now, that tells me if you don't do that, that means you don't want the people to know how much revenue is coming into the city. If the people don't know how much revenue is coming into the city, how do you know that we are progressing? And with that being said, it needs to be transparent. The council has to take responsibility The mayor is the administration. The council is the final decision. Council, what do you want your residents to know? And Mayor, where are you trying not to let your council know?
Catherine Desereau, 1200 Colony Lane. My concern as a citizen in the city who lives in an 11-year-old building that was built on landfill, what are the laws, both state and federally, with regard to backfilling that land? Because our building's sinking already. And when it rains, I have water in my living room. And, you know, it's only 11 years old. So how have the laws changed? Have they changed? Do they exist? And people are asking those kinds of questions around town this week.
Gloria Miller, 431 Boyd Street, Pontiac, Michigan. Carlton, you right on cue again. Transparency, City of Pontiac, transparency. That's all we're asking for. When you don't bring things transparent to a citizen, it's always the first thing we think is something in the game. Now, there is no information on this. It was combined last week. You're right, Carlton, it was combined. Now, who wasn't here was the mayor. Most of us was in here. So we know what we heard, and we know what we got from the council. Why is not, I have said this many times, I'm talking to the citizens of Pontiac. I have asked this administration more, but I want you to understand something. The council is accountable to us because we elect them by district. So I'm gonna get off the mayor for a minute because the mayor, he's all over the city. So, and I think at the end of the day, people gonna speak what they feel about this. All I'm trying to show everyone out there, there's no transparency in what they do. You gotta bring it to us. Like Mr. Terrence up there, I'll speak on that later. He come from where? Who is he? Do you know anything about Pontiac? We got some crime that happened last week. Can he relate to kids? I mean, we bring people from the outside. We bring no one from the outside, from the inside. And also, we get buyers, and they just come here. Do you approve? A second, a first? But nothing to the residents. We don't know anything. This is selling of our property. Everything we almost got in this damn city is almost sold, gone. Do we believe in keeping anything? Anything? Hawthorne Park with somebody else's name on it. That breaks my heart. I know you think that's a good deal, but I don't, because I know what's going to happen at the end. All I'm saying is no transparency. And when what they say, when you act like it smells like a skunk, more likely it's a skunk in it. We don't know what they're getting, and we don't know what they're going to do with this money. By the way, I'll give some suggestions. Give us some money on that $114 million you asked for. Put it in a save it for the streets. All right, Mayor, you want to come back up?
And while the next resident is coming to the microphone, here's what the city ordinance, or what the states, section 3.113 of the city charter, transfers city property. The city may not sell, lease, exchange, or in any way dispose of any real property of the city or any property of the city except such personality as may have been defined by ordinances as a minor without approval after public notice and hearing by resolution of the council. Nor may the city enter into a contract if there is not a sufficient unencumbered appropriation available to discharge fully the city's obligation thereunder without approval by the council. So what the city charter spells out is that the approval must be done by resolution of city council after public notice and hearing. So while the planning commission has a format for their public hearings, the charter does not spell out that specific format for public hearings. It just states there must be a public hearing. So there's always room for always improvement or a way we can make it more valuable and interactive, but that's what's prescribed and called for.
Ready? Good evening, Council. Beatrice Wright, 1268 Oak Lawn Drive, Pontiac, Michigan. You know, last week I said nature abhors a void. Nature doesn't like a void. You leave a patch in your yard that's just grass, and nature will take it over. And most of the time it won't be grass, it'll be weeds. Now, human nature many times loves a void, especially if you're looking to gain something from it. And oftentimes we have developers coming in here looking to gain something from it. So far, we have heard, I think, at least 4 districts represented. Council, 4 of your districts have been represented so far. I haven't heard anyone speak on behalf of this item. And it is so clear that last week they were together. Now this week, all of a sudden, they're separate. I just want there to be transparency. I want to be able to, even, and I've said this before, even if you have to say, let us educate you, go to this page, look up this on the internet. I'm very well read. And if you tell me where it is, you don't even have to show me because I'm very well read. And so I haven't heard any support in the audience. And I'd like to say to the public that's listening, if you support what is being offered here, you ought to contact your council person because they have no support right now. And as I see it, you should not support this. Thank you.
Carlton Jones again, 1323 Oakland Drive, Pontiac, Michigan. Now, I've been to a lot of public hearings. Putting this on this 2-minute clock, revolving like that, I can say what I say if you give me a little more time to say it. I don't need to, I'm coming down here to be no thorn in the side, but it was clear, and this is why we didn't have this information. Last Tuesday, it was said that something went wrong with the landfill deal that made them go to Purdue to use it. Now, that's what was said. Nothing was written to say here's what went down, but that's what was said. Says something went wrong. Now, the person found out some additional costs and sounded like they was getting ready to back away, and you wanted to go ahead and keep them in the game, so you offered them Purdue. Now, I have nothing to back it up because nothing was written. But those kind of things should be put into some type of way that we can see what's going on. That's what we're talking about, transparency. I guarantee you guys could not make a good, valid decision on this if you only had what we had. You couldn't do it. So why is it that we can't get information on city-owned property to help make a solid decision for our elected officials? So you are satisfied with the administration giving you the information. We don't get it, so you can make a decision. So how can we help with a public hearing? It's not, I'm not against selling some property that we can benefit from and being used. I just don't know. That's what we're talking about, being transparent. And if anybody get offended by that, you probably shouldn't have those seats. Because I hear things about me in the community, but I hear a lot of people say, I'm glad you come up here, Carlton. And if you don't want to talk to me for some reason, I'm talking about something good, there's a problem with you in those seats. Now, those people who do come to me and say, hey, I really appreciate that, and they be supportive of it, I'm glad here. I'm not here for this for me. I represented over 50 companies with TDC. And that's be on this next one. Because this next one, we start talking about Purdue, I'm going to tell you how that ties into TDC.
And if you could just state I don't know that you offered we know your address, but I don't know that you offered
1323 Oakland Drive, Pontiac, Michigan.
Got it, clerk? Okay.
Once again, Darlene Clark, 506 Nebraska Avenue. Once again, Council, and the reason I jumped back up to tell you, because this is a prime example on the 21st of what the attorney for the city laid down in instructions for you guys. You guys are taking a heavy responsibility. You're also taking a heavy hit with not being transparent. Now, once you do these resolutions, you take on the responsibility, however it came to your hands, however you decide to do it. You are taking legal responsibility for your action. And being transparent is truly not a very good action.
There's a resident for a first time, if you could allow them.
Linda Watson, 525 California Avenue.
I didn't come to speak on this subject tonight, but some things come to mind. I haven't heard clearly how you're going to mitigate the environmental concerns. So I'd like to know a little bit more about that.
Dr. Deirdre Waterman again. I didn't run out of time last time, so very quickly, I just want to add this. So a number of people who came up to spoke this evening talk about the transparency, not having the information they need. I agree with what they're saying, but also I have something that's even more elemental than that. Yes, we know, President McGinnis, what the charter says. The charter says that you must have a public hearing before a sale or transition of a city-owned property. What I'm saying is that we don't have any information. This doesn't follow the path of the public hearing. This doesn't constitute a legitimate public hearing that you're having right now. So I ask council, who should have had work presented to you and to the city in terms of the homework they need to do to make that kind of decision and have that kind of discussion, that you not accept this again and call this a public hearing because the things are not here. That would be a standard public hearing for transparency to the public as well as the information we need to know and we'd like to know as you're making your decision. As I talk about a public hearing, that's why I passed this out. This has been the standard for years and years and years and years for every city council, for the planning commission. I'm reading it from a planning commission agenda. And the way, and you're on the planning commission, we also have another planning commissioner here who knows the practice. And I'm going to read it for those of you who in the audience who so you can see what I passed out. The public hearing format, number 1, have the opening of the case. Number 2, staff presentation. Number 3, commission questions for staff. Number 4, applicant's presentation. Number 5, commission questions for applicant. And then you have the citizens' questions, concerns, and comments. And they have a chance to be interactive with the applicant. You know, the applicant, they gave their presentation. Nobody had a chance from the audience to address any questions about that. So that part was missing, and that's what should be part of a public hearing, a legitimate public hearing. And then you have the final questions from the commission, the closing of the hearing, commission deliberations, and deliberations hopefully will be done in open meeting, all right? And not in closed doors after you've left here. And that's when you make a decision. So that's what the standard has been for public hearings for all the other administrations before this particular administration. All right.
We have another stab at this. I'd like to call the council's attention to when you go out M24, you know where the new Culver's restaurant is right there on the right-hand side as you get up on top of Ball Mountain. If you notice, and I can tell you, that was a landfill. It was called J. Fon's landfill years ago. And if you notice, there's a great big hole down there. And if you notice, you'll notice that Culver's restaurant is there, and there's a motel there. And up on the high part of the hill is a couple car dealerships. But if you notice in the hole, there's nothing there. And you want to know why? Because the developer who wanted to develop that in a way to make it usable failed. So the Auburn Hills, at that time, they wound it up behind the 8 ball because the developer failed on what he was trying to do. So what happened was it fell through the cracks. And now what you got is a big open hole that no developer, and this is in Auburn Hills, no developer wants. This same thing could very well happen right here in Pontiac. Before you allow this property to be sold or given away under the conditions that was presented here, and I understood the presenter, she did a very good job. But what she said here was what she no doubt was told to say because her job is hinged on what she said at this microphone. So I heard very well what she had to say. So take into consideration, folks, I don't know some of these old parables, but whatever, think about this before you allow this piece of property to be sold under the criteria and the conditions that was presented here. It ain't gonna work. There's no way that they can remediate that property without digging all the garbage out. There's a lot of garbage and crap in there. They did that in Auburn Hills, and the land is still sitting there. Thank you very much.
Beatrice Wright, 1268 Oak Lawn. My concern, and I wanted to know the exact thing that you're talking about, Mr. Jackson and Ma'am Johnson. I keep doing that. Mr. Johnson and Ma'am, you as well. This is brownfield land. Brownfield land is extremely toxic. It's either an old industrial site, it's a landfill, and landfill has organic material. You've had biology. The result of landfill mostly is methane gas. Troy couldn't figure out anything to do with it but put a golf course on it. We need to be on the right side of history. If the gentleman who you talked to, Mr. Mayor, wants to put homes there, I don't want any part of it. Because I'm sure this woman right here in the red who got up and spoke and said that she has water in her living room, that is terrible. And that's the result of building on landfill. But there are worse results than that. Cancer, all kinds of health issues. So we need to press the brakes here and understand what we have to deal with. And before you do anything with it, you know, you can probably have the Army Corps of Engineers come out there and do something to look at what that land holds up under it. And we should use those kinds of benefits that all of us have available to us. Michigan State Extension Services. Those things are at our disposal.
Okay, because I'm going to be brief. Again, I'm just speaking to the citizens of Pontiac. First, I want to say I'm getting a lot of texts, and you guys can do it. The public said they can't see you. Those Ponzettas are hiding, asking, are you hiding from them? I meant to tell you that last week. So will you please push those back so they can see you on the camera? Just give me some thought, people that write me. Also, back to the issue at the hand. First of all, I speak as a person that's worked in the city of Pontiac, been in Pontiac a long time, politics of Pontiac. All I'm saying to you guys is if you're planning on running for something else, watch yourself. Because you are what you vote for. When you leave that office, or whether you stay in that office, and that go for you too, Mayor, this stuff don't turn out right. Guess who they're gonna blame? You, just like they do me for certain things maybe I had nothing to do with. You guys got a habit of just bringing things to the public, and it looks like you really, really scheming on the citizen. We don't count. As a gentleman came last week, this is a dictator regime to me. This is what it is to me. Council and the mayor's office. You guys don't bring anything. If you really want us to know, if you want me to sit down and shut up, it's just like, I'm sorry, Mitchell said earlier. If you want me to be quiet, bring it to me and let me see it. Let me read it. And then maybe we can agree on it. But if you're acting like I'm stupid, I don't matter, no matter what you say, because, Carlton, the way I see it, it's already a done deal. They split that baby up. You're right last week. Now, I don't know if the mayor was here. Maybe they didn't tell him what we heard. But that's what happened last week. And so now it's being broken up. And all I'm saying is, Council, y'all need an attorney. That's one of the things I can say about Ms. Sharp when she's here. We was on it. She kept us out of trouble. You guys getting in trouble.
Just for informational purposes, so that you understand, if you sell the property next year, it doesn't go on the tax roll to 2025. Then the equalization would put a value on it. They're going to take into consideration that you're doing 2 parcels, and they're going to value them separately. The biggest concern is going to be that environmental issue. And then whatever value they place on the property, then the owner has an opportunity to come in and disagree. If they can prove that the environmental issue is more, that means less revenue.
Ms. Watson, I'm going to have to stop you. If members of the audience could please cease your conversations or carry them into the hallway. The citizen is who has the floor.
So what you're expecting in tax revenue will not be as much as you think. When I heard it, when I listened to the commission meeting last week, it was all a lot of excitement. But I came down because there were two issues. One, and I'll talk about the one for Purdue.
Are there any other requests to speak during this public hearing?
I forgot to mention something when I spoke before. It's been brought to our attention that a lot of the land that sits vacant in Pontiac has a lot of slag in it. It's where a lot of the slag dumping was done, and that is never going to be buildable land. We were told that in our church, so I remember that. But other people have brought it up to me during this past week. Is that land slag contaminated as well?
Are there any other requests to speak during this public hearing?
Carlton Jones, 1323 Oakland Drive, Pontiac. My last thing is that I think we need to do a new public hearing once you go ahead and give us information. We cannot speak properly on this till we get the proper information. So just going through the motions and not including information so residents can participate properly is not the way to do it. So I think we need to have another public hearing if you want to push and sell this and we get the information. Thank you.
Are there any other requests to speak during this public hearing? There's a second one to follow. Any other requests? Any other requests? Any other requests? With that, hearing none, that public hearing regarding the former Kennett Road landfill potential sale is concluded at 7:04 p.m. And just a procedural note for the community's benefit. The City Council's role is to make sure that the charter is followed and that we will ultimately render the verdict. And based upon room for improvement, we wanted to see that the administration give this council and the community information early during a special presentation. That's why that intentionally happened before the public hearings. And we also wanted the public hearings to happen with ample time prior to decision day, so that where there could be even further time baked into the process to make a strong decision. I am not the mayor. There are 7 city council members. We are not the mayor. We are not the administration. We can lead a horse to water. We can create the opportunity, but we cannot do the presentation for them or put together the information for them or build in what they want to share. We are required, if there's going to be a sale of city property, that we hold a public hearing. If it were me, you'd be looking at an aerial view of the site. You'd know as much history of the property as possible, the pros and the cons. It's not that they can or won't, and that may still be forthcoming. I encourage them to provide it. I do also want to acknowledge and give grace that the economic development manager was hospitalized since last city council meeting. She's doing better per our understanding. Not that I want to put her business out there, but that she would have likely been here and given you yet even further information if not for her shortfall in health, temporary shortfall. So they provided information in one special presentation last week because that way it's 10 minutes and questions. We could have presumably done 2 separate ones, but that was how they had information, so that's how it was shared. These are 2 separate parcels, maybe miles apart. So we are going to consider them as separate considerations. The city of Pontiac, you and I, we own 77 or so acres off Kennett Road. They used to be a landfill. All of you and I, we own a few acres at Pike and Sanford that used to be a school that's got a vacant building on it. So we will consider those separately regardless of what considerations are baked into that. Those are two separate decisions. So in the future, they will be two separate decisions that'll come before the city council for consideration. Because you and I own 70-plus acres that used to be a landfill, you and I own the costs of contamination and potential remediation. There have been 20 years, and you and I are still holding on to that ticking time bomb. And so that's part of the consideration is it worth the ticking time bomb? The question was asked during the public hearing, what are you going to do to make sure, whether it's environmentally sound to build on? What was shared by the economic development manager last week is that soil borings would be required, up to 20 of them, which is sort of, an intensive process to find out what's underneath. And it was through their early assessments they already found out that much of the 70-plus acres will not be buildable or will not be buildable in the current configurations that they initially had been discussing. So that's what was shared last week in terms of those acres. So in terms of city council keeping something from you, I'm not trying to keep something from you, and I'm trying to give you as much early as possible. But the public hearing still has value because you're communicating to the administration and to the council who has to ultimately make the decision what your concerns are, what more information you want. It does not mean that we cannot hold another public hearing. There may be value in that, and we'll work through that process. But we wanted to, rather than wait to that, it could have been that they could have given us the information, we could have held the public hearing, and there could have been a vote that night. And that would have been a challenge. We don't want to make that, we don't want to put the council in that position or the community in that position. We want to make the best decision. We want to get the right price or get the, bomb out of our, hands. If it is that, those are those pros and cons that we have to weigh for any of these considerations. Just as a courtesy, Mayor Grimal, is there anything further you want to answer questions on that have already been raised before we open the second public hearing?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I think you accurately summarized things. I want to reiterate that the reason that there is not yet a proposed agreement in front of anybody, which will, of course, have to be presented both publicly and to City Council before an actual vote on any conveyance of property, is that those discussions are still ongoing. But City Council wanted to have a presentation earlier rather than later and a public hearing earlier rather than later. So as soon as an actual draft agreement, a conveyance document, is ready, that will be brought to City Council. But we knew that that wasn't yet ready. We shared that with City Council, and they understandably wanted to make sure that this process started earlier rather than later, specifically to have more public transparency. And the other thing I would say is, yes, as I said at the outset, we know there are environmental challenges with this property, just as there are with many properties. That's all the more reason why we as taxpayers should want to convey this to a private entity so that the city, i.e. all of us as residents, are not responsible for the environmental cleanup, so that we're not on the hook for those costs, but instead a private owner is responsible for that cleanup, and a private owner is on the hook for those costs. And by the way, in this case, even though there are environmental challenges with this property, they're willing to pay us, i.e. the residents of the city, $500,000 for this property. So the fact that it's contaminated is all the more reason to want to get it out of the hands of the city so that we don't have that liability and we don't have that responsibility, but this private entity does. And if they're willing to pay $500,000 and they're willing to take on ownership, then they're the ones who have to figure all of that out within the bounds of the law. And so, yes, before any construction occurs on any parcel of property, I can't speak to what was done in the past 10 or 15 years ago, and it's not shocking that the city wasn't always doing its job the way it should, but this administration is committed to making sure that we're holding developers accountable and that we're enforcing building codes and that our building inspectors will be on site to make sure that any construction is done in compliance both with local, state, and federal law when it comes to environmental guidelines.
And Mayor Grimal, what's next on the agenda is a public hearing on the potential sale of city-owned property at the former Purdue School located at 25 South Sanford. That parcel is 1428455001. Is there any other preemptive information you'd like to recap or share anew from last week's special presentation?
Yeah, thank you. And some of this may be redundant with last week's presentation. I also want to reiterate what President McGinnis said, which is these are two separate parcels. We're proposing to convey them to two separate entities. So they are distinct and different items. I think the reason the special presentation was done as one presentation about two separate parties or properties last week is that that was thought to be a little more expedient in terms of time. But these are two separate conveyances, two separate parcels, and they're being conveyed to two separate entities. So that's certainly the case. In terms of the Purdue site, this is a property that has long been blighted. That's a former school district property. The building is in very, very bad shape. And the reason why the city came to own this property is that it was conveyed to the city by the former owner of the office towers adjacent to the Phoenix Center. And because when the previous administration entered into the agreement to buy those office towers and to convey those office towers to a new owner, the new owner did not have an adequate amount of money to pay for them. And the previous administration said, well, give us this building, we'll call it worth $600,000, and then that will make us whole. When in fact, it's a terrible liability to own this property because the cost of demolishing that school alone could be $1 million or more. And so conveying this property to a private owner who has agreed to demolish that building and has agreed to build a nonprofit training center there to bring 600 people through that center every year in order to get good skills, to get good paying jobs, is a win both for city taxpayers because we're getting rid of that liability to demolish that building, but also a great opportunity for our residents to get the skills that they need at no taxpayer expense in order to fill good paying jobs.
Okay. We are talking about the city-owned property that's at the southeast corner of Pike and Sanford, or as we mentioned last week, bounded by Chandler and Francis. That parcel number is 1428455001. Same process as the previous public hearing, so for the sake of time, I'll leave backstory at that for process. We are open it now at 7:14 p.m.
Dr. Deirdre Waterman speaking to the second public hearing. Once again, I hope, Council, that you don't take the okie dokie and consider this a regular, legitimate public hearing. That's the principle of the matter. Because all these things that they're adding on last minute weren't in the packet, weren't there for people to consider, to read, to ask questions about. So that is the point I am making. Now, one of the things in the protocol for the public hearing that I read is generally public hearings don't have a lecture to the public by the council president. And so we understand what the principles are. And although you're saying that, you can only present what's given you by the administration, yes, the administration has work to do. They haven't done their work. They haven't done their outline. When you do a sale, you have an appraisal
Order
of
in
the
the
property.
chambers.
You have an appraisal of the property. You say, what are the benefits that you're getting? Now, you're calling the second property a sale, but from what I hear, there's no money in it. There's no compensation. So how is that a sale? So that's deceptive in its meaning anyway. So I just say, Council, and the okie dokies were done for you a couple times before. The whole thing about the sale of the Phoenix in a garage, that was put as a sale too. And then we found out before you were trying to mold at the last minute that it wasn't a sale. We didn't get anything for it. So you don't have to fall for that each time. Administration is supposed to do the work. They're supposed to have a presentation for you. They're supposed to do the homework that tells you what is going on with this particular sale. We understand. We don't know. You don't have to purchase agreement. That's worked out later. But in terms of making this decision, there should be information here that the public has a chance to review, to discuss, and to ask questions about, and that you answer. That's the way public hearings have been carried out ever since I've known and lived in the city and by the Planning Commission. And I think it should happen here too.
Carlton Jones, 1323 Oakland Drive, Pontiac, Michigan. I was listening real close to you, President McGinnis, and I think you're right in the sense that you guys represent us, and you can't tell administration what to do. And I think that hopefully in the future that you guys listen to the public people and tell the administration what we're asking for and make sure that that happens. Because that's what we elect our council people to. Nothing against administration and mayor, but I'm just going to say, we are saying we did not get the information. I did not hear you say what the price was going to be selling for Purdue. You said it the first one, you said it was $500K for the other site. I didn't hear you give us a number for that Purdue site. Is there a sale number for it? I didn't hear one. Or is it a deal? You said it's two separate entities, but I heard no sale number. None of the information was put out there. What the sale price were you getting for it? Purdue, where's that information? Now, I know I'm not the only one. I think we should have some council people asking that same kind of question. But if you guys know something we don't know, that's how we're saying we want to be down on this deal too. Now, when you start talking about this site for workforce development, Mayor, you know I've been talking about workforce development for a long time. And I hope that Deborah Younger is okay. But I have to say this. Last week, people say, well, Carlton, you in support of this? She called my name out, just saying that I was knowledgeable of what was going down with this Project Lift. I have heard nothing from Project Lift, don't know anything about them. They've never contacted me. So I was thinking that maybe she would follow up and say, well, that's what they told her, but I didn't get that confirmation either. Now, credibility is something that you guys got to be very careful with. So if you hearing things from the administration people and it's not true, how can you tell when they're telling you the truth? I'm telling you, no one talked to me about Project Lift. And Project Lift is where you take your own city and you lift them up. TDC has been talking about...
That concludes your time.
Oh, okay. I'll be back.
Gloria Miller, 431 Boyd. I'll finish a little bit, Carlton, because this is where I'm going to go. See, anybody know me, I'm all about Pontiac. So you can't take care of home, you can't take care of nowhere, okay? Now, first of all, with the project, with the school, first of all, that was a school district issue, how we got Purdue. We wasn't even supposed to get Purdue, okay? So these schools all around this city, it's just been dumped on us, and we're trying to figure out what to do with it. Putting flowers behind the buildings and stuff. I'm going to go over there. Yes, I'm going to go over to Webster School. I passed there. I don't see no different than I did 2 years ago, Mayor, when you gave me all that money. Komayoko. I just want to see something. I'll be the first one to come back and say, great job. I hear you can't even walk in the buildings. That's what I'm talking about, Pontiac. Second of all, now I will agree with you, Mayor, on this. We did get Purdue School through that our tower deal. As many people know, I did not. I was one of the council person that did not support it because I thought it was dirt in the game. And we got that school when we shouldn't have never got that school. You know why he gave it to us? Because he said he didn't want it because there's nothing he could do with it. That's how we got it. They gave it to us. There's a tank underneath that school that we did a study on it. It is over $1 million underneath that Purdue school. It's toxic, very toxic. So I want the residents to know that. Now to go to what it's going to become. First of all, you keep incorporating businesses in neighborhoods. I grew up down the street from there. Other than the east side, when I grew up and when I got about 12, I moved on the east side. My mother's house right down from there. And I went to Eastern School. And you're going to put a business right in the middle of middle school. As before, even with Carlton, but Carlton deserved the respect because he's been coming down here for 2 years asking for something for the kids. See, where you guys would do good is show us that you want to do something for us. This man got a company that could go there. Why didn't you ask him, Mayor? Why wasn't he part of the deal? That's what I'm talking about. You can't come here and run something when you don't know anything about it.
That does
Project
conclude your
Lift,
time.
lift me what? Lift me out of here?
I'm Matt Garris, 502 Roland Road, Pontiac. I've been around for many years. I sure two hats. I'm looking at, like in here, I'm looking at, I could be Johnny Cochran, and the mayor could be Jeffrey Fager, okay? Which both of those are winners, okay? But I see what's going on here. It's a hog war. First place is just like with the Silverdome. That was pushed down our throat. That was issued out, but one proposal, one owner. I was there. Wallace Parker put a bid in. They didn't accept it. They turned him down, and they made a lie of what they said he didn't have. But what I'm saying is, what we are doing, we're looking at people coming here, they don't know the difference between theirs and mines. You know, like I said last week, have and have-nots. You're looking at these people coming here to the city, take it away from the city, they are the haves. And people that paying the bills here is going to be the have-nots. Now, see, you're talking about a center here now. You know, what do we have? We had center, and some of the idiots, with a couple of them in the room now, push get rid of all these things. And that's by Pontiac, and they shape it in now. With the financial manager and the other people coming here, you all do that. You all give it away. It's called friends and family. If you're looking at, that's the only one you're taking care of, your friends and your family. But we are not your family, and we won't be your friend.
That does conclude your time.
You also want to take advantage of it, that's all.
Beatrice Wright, Project Lift. And I kind of misspoke, and I really want to apologize for last week because I immediately started to research them. But I really didn't need to do much research. I worked for 41 years in education, and primarily my job was in technical education. My job was working with unions, working with apprenticeship training programs, and sending students to school. But when there was a photograph that was on that board most of the evening. It had a teacher. I mean, I assumed he was a teacher. There was a student doing arc welding within 2 feet of him, and he was staring at it with his glasses. Now, I know that he could blind himself that way, couldn't he, Mr. Johnson? Yes, he could. And I said, what kind of school is this? What kind of school is this? I looked for other pictures, and I saw many instances of people who were supposedly training young people without safety glasses on. And so I have a concern about these programs that come in willy-nilly. They have the money, and they have what we want, too. We want our kids to do better. But we have Oakland Community College. We have Carlton Jones. We have any number of training situations that are right here, right up under. We are the seat of journeymen and technical skill and trades. And so I just want us to, again, just slow it down. There's nothing that we have to do right now. And Mr. Mayor, when you say that let's give that over, have a private entity fix that land. I never heard of a private entity named like the developer when some toxicity happens and people start having cancer. They don't say anything about a private entity. They say Pontiac, Michigan. They say Pittsford, Oklahoma.
That does conclude your time.
And we end up bearing the burden.
Linda Watson, 525 California Avenue. Now, as the council appointee to the Board of Review, that's why I came down for this meeting. Because last week, what I heard was that these were going to produce revenue. I just wanted to make sure that the council is aware. The Purdue site, if it's used for educational purposes, it can be exempt from property taxes according to the state law.
First, I honor God, who's the head of my life. My name is Veronica Taylor. I live in 160 J. Hubbard Lane, Unit 1. You got to forgive me. I want you to understand the Planning Commission has meetings. I go to a lot of these meetings with the planning commissions. If you want to know what's going on, go to the Planning Commission and get that information. I live in that district, and that school is an eyesore in District 7. It is needing to be repaired. Our young people can get raped, murdered over in them buildings. We can have women killed and dead over in that building. Anything can happen in an abandoned building. And as I go walking through the District 7 that I live in, I can't say I live somewhere and I have 11 grandchildren. And I have children, and I have adopted a lot of children here in the city. So to say, please, anything you need to do, the Planning Commission have an open door policy. And I know if they have it for me, they have it for the community too. Thank you.
You've spoken for her first time. She hasn't spoken for her first time on this one.
Go ahead.
Yeah. That's part of the reason for so we can make sure that everyone speaks at least for a first time.
More time in 2 minutes, we have to come back.
No one's making you come back.
Yeah, yes, they do. I care about the sports.
Ms. Clark, you have the floor.
Darlene Clark, 506 Nebraska. First, let me say this to you, okay? Mayor, you're right. You are in charge in trying to bring in revenue. You are in charge in trying to protect the citizens of Pontiac. That is your agenda, or your goal, as you have put to the people numerous of time. The city of Pontiac, from the past administration since 2004 up into this administration, has had these vacant school buildings. This is not unusual. Purdue has been one of the worst ones that the city has held on to. But the city, too, have not done due diligence. They haven't did what they were supposed to do to protect the interests of the residents in all 7 districts, because there's vacant schools in all 7 districts. They have not secured the property and maintain the property in order to do anything to improve the neighborhood. Now, Project Lift, I have a problem because there's a lot of educated people in here, including me, and there's a lot of common sense people here, including me. And I hope to think that the council do have a little more common sense than they have educational sense. My concern is that Project Lift on Google website has already been advertising. They have been advertising this project. We have one high school in the city of Pontiac, and that's Pontiac Northern with Neil Vac. Why wasn't that project or something done for them to help instrument to educate our students and the kids that come before us? We're talking about Pontiac residents. We're talking about taxpayers who hire you guys and put you in the position along with the mayor to secure these properties. And in the time that you have sat on this seat in the past administration as well, nothing has been done. You have passed the buck, you have passed the blame, and today you're doing the same thing that the past administration has done. So how can you talk about the past administration when you're doing the same thing?
Yeah, this does hit a spot because, Mayor, I sat down with you 2 years ago. You told me workforce development wasn't high priority. Now, all of a sudden, trying to get so many jobs coming in here and workforce is such a big deal. Now you want to sell it like it's a big, big deal. Talent Development Coalition is Pontiac's lift. That's what it's about. If you don't, and I'm not like I want to preach to you, Mayor. I'm not trying to disrespect you wholeheartedly, but you know this. But nobody, if you want to give a building to something, we got a nonprofit you can give a building to, and we can find some funding to redo it. I don't have a problem with making a school out there and how it can be something to help what we're doing. But TDC is a coalition of building people around here. OTEC, we work with them all the time. That's a training facility. So this is not something new to us. And if anybody do the homework on this place, it comes from a little city of about 6,000 or 7,000 people, and they trying to lift their people up. But they want to do a legacy project here in Pontiac, a legacy for them. If we don't start taking care of our own, we're going to make sure some people are elected to take care of our own. This is serious business here. That's why people do that, because they try to lift their own. You don't bring somebody out there talking about lift like we don't know how to lift and elevate people through workforce development. And I've been talking about it for more than 5 years. We got TDC. We done 10 cohorts of students around here. Now, make the record. I want you to tell everybody how much the city has paid towards that. Make sure you not to announce that, how much the city has invested into TDC. What have they given to TDC to help them along? Make sure you let that be known. Because we want to have Pontiac people, we should get behind what TDC is already have in place.
That does conclude your time.
Thank you.
Dr. Deirdre Waterman, we've had a lot of discussion here, but I hope the main points have been made. And that is that in a real public hearing, legitimate public hearing, people have a chance not to just guess about what's going on and talk and ask questions, but they also get to be interactive. The presenter or the person who was the entity who wants to do the deal would have a chance to present their view of the questions that are being answered. That was void here, so we're just playing guessing games. Now, the lecture you gave us was that the council can't be responsible if the administration doesn't do their job, doesn't present. We look in the packet, for public hearing, and there's nothing there. Okay, yeah, that is the administration's job. They should have had a workup. They'd have an explanation why they think this is a good deal. What are the parameters? All the questions that are answered in any kind of sale of property. That was not there. So we're not holding the council responsible for that. But we will hold the council responsible if you, despite the fact that the administration hasn't done their job, that you go ahead anyway. Okay, and that you do it anyway. That we do hold you responsible for. That's one of the reasons that one of the things that's happening is that this is beginning to build a pattern now, kind of this deception. And that's one of the reasons that the road millage failed, as we tried to tell you. It wasn't because we knew our roads didn't need to be repaired and was going to cost a lot of money. It was just because you can't give us 2 little pieces of paper and want us to spend and trust you to spend $114 million. That's why. So that's the point I hope gets across. I hope we can redo this. Let the administration do the job they're supposed to do to you and for the public. And stop having this be a pattern. There was an article in the Oakland Press today talking about how we handle economic development in the city. And it talked about the Oprah for the Oakland Press. And the poor writer said the city of Pontiac didn't even know the value of the tax break. I guess she talked to you, Mike, and you said you didn't know what it was either. She couldn't look at any of the council meeting minutes or any of the recordings and find the answer. And she was kind of like incredible tone. That's the way they do economic development business in the city of Pontiac. So that's what's coming across, and that's what we want to see improvement in.
Hello, Angela Rakowski, 59 Oriole, Pontiac, Michigan. I would like to see there's a building over, I'm at a loss for words, I'm sorry. But my department that I work in has been working in a gym for about 6 months now, and ever since they came out of emergency management, they've been looking, or supposedly the administration is trying to find us a home that we can work out of. There's Purdue and other buildings like that in these other schools that we're not using before we let other people come in and do other things with them. I would like to see more of these resources utilized to help take care of some of our departments that are lacking right now. Thank you. Because there's land, there's space, the building itself, a lot of these places are big enough that we could work out of, but there's been several times when other companies have been allowed to come in and purchase, and we end up just still sitting in our gym over there. So thank you.
I forgot this, Council President McGinnis. I wanted to address this to you. I thank you for saying that, that the administration bring these items to you. That is correct. Look at my record. Most of the things that the mayor brought to me, I did not vote on if they wasn't right. Because the people are looking for you. He is administration. You are legislative. If the mayor brings you something and you haven't gotten it right, then you work for us. Then you tell the mayor, aside from buddy or whatever you may be, personally, whatever, it's business. Take it back, mayor. That 7-person body can shut that administration completely down. I know that because we did it before with that mayor many times. When she didn't bring things to us that we didn't think was right, didn't have the right information, and I'll give her a little credit, she had her documentation. When you come down to the council, we had stacks of paper like this. Everything that the council was going through, you were able to read it. It was transparent. But that last minute stuff, bringing it to you before the meeting started. Maya Angelou says, and I'm going to say this to you, Carlton, and the mayor can take it any way he wants because he worked for me. When a person show you who they are, believe them. Your word ain't nothing if you don't have your word. I tell people all the time, you may not like me, but one thing, I'm not a liar. And as for Veronica, you talking about Purdue School, baby girl, I've been there. I grew up on that east side of town. I know everything about Purdue School. It's not that we don't want the kids educated. I want every child in this city educated. But guess what? I want them to work in that building one day. I want them to see another person that lives in the community, whether it's white, black, whatever, own the building, that they've come from here working in the building. Not somebody from Mexico, China. That we got businesses right here, and they can be that one day. They can work there, and they can go to school there, and they can develop there. All about my kids. We're not just a city that just come throw us anything. We got pride here. We got some people here that love their community. And don't come here with anything. You're an outsider. I got 60 years on you over there.
Chuck Johnson, 21 North Paddock Road again. On the Purdue school situation, I have to applaud the young lady, a person right here that indicated what we could do with some of these old rundown schools or buildings in the city by utilizing them in some kind of way that those of us here in the city can get benefit from.
Order in the chambers. The resident has the floor. Order in the chambers. Conversations can continue outside. Mr. Johnson has the floor.
But I'm very much in dismay with the mayor as it relates to Purdue School. There is no reason that we should be standing here tonight or any other night talking about Purdue School and the deplorable condition that it's in. You can't convince me that there's not dollars that can be used to either board up that building, make it look a better condition, to make it not necessarily usable but presentable. You can't tell me that there's no dollars nowhere in this county that we can get to tear the building down if we had to. Number two on my way of thinking, if these people want these properties and they're just coming in here to steal land, that's all they're going to do, and wind up land banking it. But what this administration should be about is saying to the prospective buyer, we'll do a deal with you on the landfill piece. If you fulfill your commitment and obligation on the landfill piece, we'll work out something with you on another piece of property. It could be just as good as the Purdue School. But we ain't going to sit and wait while they clean up the landfill. We're going to get rid of that some kind of way. And this administration better get on the stick, because the citizens of this community is saying, why do you not just go and board it up if nothing else? Why don't you try and get money? If the city of Detroit can get millions and millions and millions of dollars to tear down the dilapidated buildings and properties in the city of Detroit, I know damn well we can get money in the city of Pontiac from somewhere. If you don't do nothing but get a bond it. We'll go for a bond to get this blight out of our face for $500,000. That's all it's going to take. You said $1 million, but you can get a contract to tear it down for half that. But Purdue School, and I don't want to get carried away on this. Purdue School is a prime piece of property.
That does conclude.
And if you allow, point of privilege, can I have half a second more? If you allow these individuals to continue coming into this city and selecting prime pieces of property and then push a deal in the administration's ear, and the administration pushes a deal back into your ear, we ain't never gonna get nowhere. We done been raped long enough. Thank you.
Carlton Jones, I just want to make a record. You guys know that I was tutored from Mr. Chuck Johnson. He's been around here a long time. Know a whole lot about construction and gave me a lot of knowledge and insight about a whole lot of things in the construction arena, and I value what he say wholeheartedly, and I know he's been engaged with this city for a long time. So I'm not saying Chuck is right all the time, but he knows construction. He knows demolition. He knows a whole lot about that, and I appreciate all that you've done to help develop me, Chuck, so I just want to let that be known. I want to say also thank you, Councilman Parker. You constantly ask that question. You asked the question last Tuesday, have they in? Now, I don't know why everybody else is afraid to ask about us, but he asked the question, have you engaged with local folks? Now, unfortunately, what was said was not true. But I think every council person up there should be willing to say, have you engaged with local folks, especially when people are coming from outside? And I sent you guys some information. I want you to pay close attention to this information. It was statistical data about Pontiac, the state, and the nation. Pontiac, medium income is half of what the state and the nation. If we want to work on anything to help lift Pontiac, that should be priority one. It's not additional giveaways. We have to learn to teach people to fish, and that's what talent development was developed for. And if we all don't take it at heart and think that somebody else is going to be better doing it coming from somewhere else, we're missing the boat. Thank you.
Good evening to Mr. and Mrs. Pontiac, governance and community.
Could you please state your name and address?
Well, if people don't know who I am by this time, my name is H. Bill Maxey, community activist in this city in civil rights. I'm not going to restate. I can't make the facial expressions. Council and Mr. Mayor, you had over and you, Deputy Mayor, you had over 200 years of experience in education. These are my colleagues. We are the community. We speak. But despite the fact H. Bill Maxey was taught by his family, number one, to have integrity, dignity, respect, and being humble. I asked the council and I asked the mayor, does the shoe fit your feet? We have a lot of things going on in the city. My communication has been short in the city. On one end, with the mayor, I have at least 20 communications pieces. I've written several. With the council, I have one. I myself, look at me. Over 50 years of education and experience. Came to the city because the people misunderstood my first name, Hobart, and thought I was a person of another color. I have fought, I have talked, I have marched. You realize I've been in over 15,000 houses in the city? I walk softly. I communicate with all of the people in here. I don't disagree with them. But when are you going to live up? You raise your hand to have integrity. You raise your hand to have dignity. You raise your hand to have respect, humility. Don't anyone from the council ever get up again and say, we want you to help us. The calls that I get are overwhelming. But you know what? I'm going to leave this for you. And I promise to God myself, I'm going to be happy. Prosperous New Year. From the CNS board, which I am executive officer, the Promazone, executive officer, OSA, executive officer, Michigan Senior Advisory Council, executive officer, from the military, commander, highly decorated. And I said, I have to get this out. I've never been so disrespected. I don't like titles that much as to my title and who I am. But God Almighty knows who I am. But to all of you, get your integrity together. Get it together, because 2024, I'm going to pray harder. And my citizens are going to listen, and I'm going to listen because the citizens made me, Mr. Mayor.
That does conclude
Well,
your
I'm standing here today. God bless you. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year, Mr. Mayor. Out of dignity and respect, I salute you. Council, dignity and respect, I'm HBO Maxey. Dignity and respect. And remember that as you walk out this door, have you fall under all three issues. Thank you. And I hope you understood that.
First, honor God. I'm going to always honor God, because I'll never let nobody bring me out the character who I am. Yes, I lived here for almost 9 years. I love the city of Pontiac. I walk my district and other districts because I care. Just because you wasn't born and raised here don't make you no better than anybody else. And we love this city. And to say that, yes, I'm worried about over there at Purdue. That's my district. And like I said, I have 11 grandchildren and was married to two of them, to one of them that was here in Pontiac that was born and raised. So to say I have family here and I care about this city, and I care about this city too much because sometimes I get sick behind it. But I am never going to let no one take me out the character of who I am and who God put me to be. And I'm asking Pontiac people, please, the Planning Commission have meetings on things that going on in this city. Please start attending those so you can get the information that's going on.
Last time, Mr. President, because I got to clear things. I probably put 1 million walks on my feet. You could never catch up with me, first of all. Let me say this. You know, there's so many people, and it's ironic. When I was leaving home, I listened to the news where these kids been going to church with this preacher, and they found out he'd been molesting kids. If you're called, everybody walking around with a minister before they name what they're supposed to be. That's just fact. That's just fact. That's why I don't go to church now, because I can't find a good pastor.
This is a public hearing on the sale of Purdue School.
And it has to do with Purdue School.
Okay.
Now, with Purdue School, I mentioned what I said because what she said before me. It's not personal. You want to take it personally, but it is personally because East Side does not need a business up in there. They don't need that kind of stuff in the neighborhood. What we're going to do, we're going to turn the neighborhood into businesses. East Side is very good prime land. And the problem that I have with all this is not because I don't want the kids to grow. I want them to grow because I don't think anybody mentioned the murder that was happened this week about the kid, the youth. See, that's what bothers me. People come in, but they don't speak about everyday things that I get calls on as well. I want the youth of this city to flourish. But I also know that politics plays a play in it. And when you see it, you got to call it what it is. And I still stand by my word. When the mayor brings you something, it's not right. It's your job. That's why you see me look at you funny. It's your job to say, you know what? Bring it back. Bring it back. Because you're going to have to answer for that. Because you're the check and balance of the city. The council is, not the mayor. The mayor can't do absolutely nothing without the 7 of you or 4 or 5 votes. You can shut him down for the rest of his term if you wanted to. But you bring it back to me in decent, in order. Ask the last mayor. I used to tell her the same thing. You bring me something late, I'm not gonna vote for it, and I'm not for it. And I'm done with that.
Do I have to give my address again? No? Yes?
You don't have to.
Okay. Darlene Clark. Council, this is for you guys. Look, I've been here 7 years. Veronica would like you to think that people who only been here, 7 years, 13 years, less than 70 who wasn't born, don't have a right. But what the people are seeing, people who has been here 70 years have seen it. We've seen it all. Seen it all, from riots to school closing, Purdue. I didn't go to school at Purdue. I actually went on the south side to Jefferson and Whittier. That school too is boarded up. Every school in the neighborhood that you have is now being turned into a business. That's the concern of 35% of the homeowners in Pontiac. You have 65% renters. You have the majority of the people that step in Pontiac are investors hoping to get a piece of the pie to fill their pockets and not the resident pockets. The 35% is slowly dwindling. You have a person here who's already put on his website Pontiac Lift. He's already named it Pontiac. Take some of these buildings from these investors and make resolutions to open it up to do something. They're only deteriorating because they're not being maintained. And they're not being maintained because no one's enforcing them to do anything. Jefferson Junior High, Purdue is in a residential neighborhood. When you go in there and you do all that tear down, all that's going into the air of the residents that live there. Is they going to push those few residents out? Council, you need to look at the big picture. Pontiac people are not mad because you want to help us. But we're not asking, we're not begging. We're saying, listen to the residents that live here in the city of Pontiac, who has waited and waited and endured the storm, have many, many, many storms, and yet you still shrinking the residents. Your job is the residents. The administration job is to bring it to you for your approval.
Are there any final requests to speak during this public hearing? Are there any final requests? Are there any final requests? Are there any final requests? With that, this public hearing on the potential sale of city-owned property at the former Purdue School, that public hearing is closed at 7:55 p.m. We are now at recognition of elected officials.
Point of information,
Sure.
Mr. President. I do just want to say, because it's been said multiple times about a, quote, business coming to the Purdue school site. I do want to be clear that we're talking about a nonprofit trade school. And what has been at the Purdue site for many, many decades? A school. So this is not a change of use that's being proposed.
Okay, we are at recognition of elected officials. Are there any current elected officials serving the city of Pontiac that wish to want to have the floor?
Beatrice Wright, precinct delegate. As a precinct delegate and one who wishes to encourage all people to exercise their vote, I want the council to exercise your vote and do the right thing here. Because, Mr. Mayor, I understand that you're talking about a training facility. We have a state-of-the-art training facility called the Oakland Technical Center.
This is recognition of elected officials.
And I'm encouraging you to vote no. as an elected official.
That's
Thank
not the
you.
use of the recognition of elected officials. Thank you very much. Are there any other elected officials that wish to give an update on their role serving the community? Hearing none, we are now at agenda address, an opportunity to speak on items on the agenda prior to City Council consideration. Pro Tem, who's the first requester?
Iola Miller, I don't see her in the audience. Minister Veronica Taylor.
First, I honor God, who's the head of my life. The item address I'm speaking on is item 7. On behalf of the clerk's office and as a voter protection woman for the state of Michigan, we need this lady, Miss Mary Kavanaugh, to get the $400 raised for our election that's coming up in February. She's qualified for the job. She's been doing the job, and she's been wanting that position for many years. And to say as that, we need her not only just for this election coming up in February. We need her to take that spot that we're going to be needing, that she's already doing that position. So I'm asking you to help her get that $400 raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Beatrice Wright.
Let me apologize, Council. I didn't realize we spent so much time on that public hearing that I had an opportunity to address. You have what I was addressing, number...
Item 3 and item 13?
Yeah. Item 3, see, I did have an opportunity to go back on that because I'm not clear on whether we're selling the building or whether we're giving the building. And so...
Order in the chambers, Ms. Wright.
And so you can answer that for me. But like I said, we have wonderful facilities. 5 minutes down the road, Featherstone, there's Oakland Community College, Auburn Hills. I was an adjunct counselor there. It is a wonderful technical campus. 5 minutes in another direction, we have Oakland Technical Center. It is the seat of cosmetology for the whole of Oakland County. Go there and get your hair cut and see what a magnificent site it is. And see all of the other technical areas that are supported there, electronics, welding, construction. And I don't see that this organization is going to bring that much more to Pontiac. But I did read that they had the social worker to client ratio made me think that it was a social kind of therapeutic situation. That too we have here. I just need us to choose wisely what goes on in that building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Mr. Bill Maxey. And what item, I'm sorry? Want me to come back, sir? Yes, come back. All right, thank you. Ms. Linda Watson.
I'm not sure where it is on the agenda, but I'm talking about the closed meeting. I just want you to be aware that the GERDS meeting and at the VIVA meetings, before going into closed session, they have to specify what the topic is. No details, but what is going to be discussed in closed session.
All right, thank you. And that was item number 15. Ms. Sue Sinclair.
Good evening, Council. I am here to talk to you on agenda item number 10, the resolution to install pedestrian islands on Huron. I'm hoping the council saw the email that I sent to you earlier with the map. One of the things that MDOT says in their access management handbook is to eliminate the number of driveways to calm traffic. The MSU study that was done on the West Huron corridor said the same thing. With the planned pedestrian islands on Huron, you have, in the end, if the project was constructed as proposed, you will have 5 pedestrian islands, 5 crosswalks between Genesee and Cherokee. That is an extensive amount with the volume of traffic that we have on Huron. You have a placement of a pedestrian island across the street from the Marathon Station, if you're familiar with that, just east of Waldo and Chippewa. If you looked at the map that I provided to you, you saw all the arrows that show the direction of travel on Huron. If you place a pedestrian island in that location, there is no longer the opportunity for anyone to turn left, right, whatever direction you happen to be traveling along Huron. And what's going to happen is you have a street, Waldo, and you have a street, Chippewa. And what makes those 2 streets unique is that they are a straight cut through from north to south, from north of M59 to Voorhees. There's no stopping. I spoke at the town hall meeting regarding this project, and I brought up the fact that on Chippewa, at Miami, they don't stop at the stop sign. We did a traffic study.
That does conclude your time.
I'm asking the council to vote no on the proposed design of the pedestrian islands. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sinclair. Nicole, is it Bowden or Ball? Okay.
I'm also here to speak about the 10, and I also want it to be voted no. I can't tell you how many times I sit on my front lawn and watch people not stop at a stop sign. I have been rear-ended because I have stopped at a stop sign. I have been also passed on my residential street because I have been going the speed limit. This is going to, even though they say, this is going to bring more traffic into an already cut-through streets that we have. I see people that live in my neighborhood that even have kids in their cars that don't even stop at the stop signs. I have seen so much backup on Telegraph with these pedestrians islands. I've seen only one person use it with no lights. He almost got hit several times. It's like playing Frogger. You should the old walkover that was the bridge that was there should have been repaired, but it was taken down for some reason. There should be another bridge to go over because people don't pay attention. I've unfortunately witnessed a man getting hit in the middle of a street as well because he was walking in the middle of the street. These pedestrian islands don't really allow anybody to really continue to go to actual cross areas because the people that are driving too fast, don't care, and don't care that there's a flashing light. They're just going to keep on going. I've never seen anybody stop at those flashing lights on Telegraph. I use Telegraph on a daily basis. I don't ever see anybody ever stop. The only ones I do see are the ones on Orchard Lake that have the red lights and then they go to flashing. That would be more ideal because it's an actual red light, not just this flashing light that people are going to see because they're not going the speed limit. They're not going through the speed limit on our city streets. I don't let my child out on the front lawn or on my side because people aren't going the speed limit. It's like a race. How fast can we get down Cherokee? How fast can we get from M59 to Orchard. It's not really feasible to put more traffic on us for us to have safe, is what they call it. And it's not really safe. It's just more traffic. They should have an actual bridge or something else as a solution other than a flashing light for people that really don't care that there's even people walking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bolden. Mr. Carlton Jones.
Yeah, I want to speak to number one. We talked, and we had a presentation today of the person we was bringing in for the park and recreation. Now, I just want to use this for a good example. Somebody asked a question why he picked Pontiac, why he thought about Pontiac. What needs to be told is what the salary is for this person coming in. Now, I don't have anything against this person, but I think we could cultivate people right here in Pontiac for these positions if we try hard. If we really try hard, because people come, they don't know anything about the place, they don't know anything about the people, and I hope it works out. But the past has already told us that when you don't know the lay of the land here and you're trying to do certain things, you know, it's just you're going to spend so much time and you can get inundated with so much political side in one of those positions and you don't know the people and you don't know the places. That's not the way you develop your own city and lift them up. I guarantee you, we could attract our educated people who go to school back here if we start offering them $100,000 jobs. I guarantee you we can attract them if we put forth an effort and let it be known that that's what we want to do. That's what drive folks here is we'll put these dollars out and don't think that we have people here. Now, I want to say, for the first time, a TDC program was listed. So thank you, Mayor, whoever did it. Our president, I appreciate that you listed it. Now, I will say Councilman Parker, I went to one of his meetings, he had it all printed out, he gave it to him. Know this, the city has not invested anything into what TDC is doing. We've been reaching out and we've got 10 cohorts of people we went through TDC and we use OTEC, we use OCC, we use Oakland University. So we use all these training facilities to try to get people ready for positions. And we found out just going through there is not enough. You need to be fit to go in there and you need help to get through it properly. It's just like people going to college and dropping out. So when somebody can tell you that they're going to run 600 people through a program, I can tell you they're not going to do it. The numbers can mean anything, and you put conceptual drawings or something. They don't have any facility like that nowhere in Florida. Nothing. So I just want to let you know, I'm thank you, and I want everybody to know we have a program that's going to start January 1st. TDC is our Camp Fitness for Careers. It's open to anybody in Pontiac who wants to come. You can look at, if you look at the city's website, they got as part of the agenda today. President McGinnis put it in there. Thank you. Thank you. And we're going to be embracing anybody from Pontiac. We first got invited out to OTEC. They invited us out there. They asked us to come out there. Now they want us to come back and do classes, to hold class. I let the ones who volunteered at first who wanted to get in it. They were so thrilled with it. The parents was thrilled with it. They want to see how we can do whole classes.
That does conclude your time.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. Mr. Bill Maxey, are you ready, sir?
No, I'll wait until the end.
Okay. Dr. Deidre Waterman.
I signed up to speak to number 12. That was the merger agreement that you're being asked to approve. But since Trustee Linda Watson, who is on the GERS board and the Super Viva, did speak to something about the closed agenda, which also has bothered me. Yes, this is another closed agenda on the Agenda Council that has no category, as allowed under the Open Meetings Act, for why this qualifies to be a closed session. There are several categories. And as she says, it's been the general pro forma of bodies that when you have a closed session, it states which category qualifies you to have this in a closed session meeting. So for some reason, about 25% of the meetings you hold, you don't want us to know what you're talking about, so you don't list the category. Now, I don't know, well, the Attorney General would have to tell us whether that meets the criteria of the Open Meetings Act. I don't know. But I do know that there's such a pattern that's developing, Council, that you've allowed, that it seems like it's deliberative pattern that is intentional to be deceiving of people. And then you wonder why people are kind of, skeptical about some of the things that bring them when you do this kind of thing. So it's not a closed session, it's a secret meeting when you don't state the purpose, as Trustee Watson has told you for other bodies and for this council has done for years and years. But I did want to give an update on the people. A couple of weeks ago, I came and talked about the fact that the merger agreement needed to be signed. The people who have been waiting to get the additional $300 to $400, the pensioners who have been waiting to get the additional $300 to $400, needed this to be signed so we could move ahead. This has been approved a long time by the IRS and was approved by the council in terms of the settlement agreement. And so I left a plan for how they could get that additional money. They're not going to get it until this is solved. Hopefully you will sign it today, Council, and then hopefully you will start the process. And don't let the mayor take this into litigation again.
All right, that concludes your time.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Billy Swazer.
Hello, I'm Billy Swazer. I want to speak on item number 10, which is the 4 or 5 islands that they're going to put on Huron Street. The street is not very long, and I've lived on that side of town. I've lived in Pontiac for 68 years, and I don't see any need that we should have islands on Huron Street. It's not, you can't have probably a mile between each of these islands. And I'm not exactly sure where you're going to put them. If you're not going to walk a mile, you should be able to walk that mile on the sidewalk, not have an island so that you can avoid traffic. I'd like to know how many people have died or got injured on Huron Street so that there is a need for these islands. And on item number 12, I don't think that we should agree that there should be a merger agreement between the VEBA, the Police and Fire Pre-Funded Group Health Insurance Plan in the city of Pontiac. I'd like to know if this will cause any taxpayers to have to pay any more money for the increase in health care. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swazer. Mr. Chuck Johnson, what item? You don't know?
How about if I do number 11, just for the heck of it?
Okay, that's what you want to speak about, sir.
I just want to ask a question. I know that there's not much I can say until I hear it through here in the meeting, but I'm wondering why we have a resolution to approve a tentative agreement with the operating engineers. Operating engineers is a heavy equipment consortium, which I'm a member of, and I'm just curious to know what it is that the city is going to enter into an agreement with on that particular point. But we'll see when it happens. And I'm done with 2 and 3. I guess I'll sit down. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Darlene Clark, what item?
Let's talk about number 1. I'm glad the mayor has welcomed in a person to come in here to represent for Parks and Recreation. But my concern, the strategy to help the city of Pontiac, for the people who know Pontiac, why didn't you bring it to the Board of Education or to put application within the school district, since they are familiar with the students of Pontiac? and the people of Pontiac. A teacher has more awareness of what's going on in the city of Pontiac more than the parents do. The teacher has your child over, 5 hours a day, and sometimes for latchkey, they have them a little longer. So inviting someone from Indiana, and I don't know what part of Indiana because I just heard the word Indiana, what has that person really done for Indiana? You understand what I'm trying to get you? People of Pontiac know each other. We are lying. We know all you guys. You guys been here, however long you've been here. I guarantee you the city of Pontiac know your background. Talking about number 10, Pontiac is the only surrounding city or the city that is getting these islands. Orchard Lake in West Bloomfield, Orchard Lake all the way down around Commerce, all in that area, West Bloomfield, they don't have islands. Telegraph in Bloomfield doesn't have islands. And the reason those islands are not there because we have heavy snow. We have heavy weather. We have heavy traffic. Now, in the city of Pontiac, you're taking away our streets, our lanes, because you want to put bike lanes in there, and you're cutting the lanes down. You put an island in there, you're cutting the lanes down. Huron is so heavy 24/7. On Fridays to Saturday nights, you cannot even get through.
That does conclude your time.
Well, that's it. Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Gloria Miller, items, please.
I want to bring up about the recreation director. You know, I'm going to show you how fake Pontiac can be. And what I mean by people that run the government. I'm just keeping it real. Now, we just had, Troy Kraft just had celebration for Portia Field Anderson. Now, she ran the rec center for years. I came under her. I came from rec. I'd just like to ask the administration, did you talk to her while you were celebrating with her about somebody she could bring from Pontiac? There's Willie Ellison, Jerry Collins. Oh, I go so far back. These guys took care of all the kids. My son was under, my daughter played sports on them. A rec person. See, it's an insult to me for the people that's here could run this. Why do we got to go out of the town of City of Pontiac to get everybody? Why? There are people right here in the City of Pontiac can run that recreation center like smooth as rice. Or you get, you know, they said we get old, but I like being older because it's knowledge. I wouldn't want to go back for nothing in the world because the things I know, Mr. Maxey, knowledge. That's why I respect seniors. That's why I get mad when you mess with my seniors because they got knowledge. And I also want to say one thing. I was standing there talking, and that's what when you start. And I was thinking, and someone brought this to my attention. I'm gonna say this from now on when I come up here. I'm not asking anymore about the open meeting mayor and all that because obviously this administration not doing right. And I text someone, and that's not important. And I'm gonna say this to you, council. This is for you. The council can call for a meeting, for investigation, if necessary, about the city funds. Because I want to know what's in the budget. I asked the mayor what's in there. I ain't asking what he do with it, how much we got in the city budget. The city funds, and we can ask the state representative, and she can call for the Treasury Department to call for inspection of our books and Attorney General about the violation of the open and closed meetings that we currently keep saying, Mayor, that we're not getting privy to. Now, the reason I'm saying this, because anybody know me, I'm straight. You're wrong, you're wrong. That's why we went wrong with the last administration. I want to call for the investigation of these books and these open meetings and let them come in and find out, oh, you're doing right. I'll be the first one to say, if you're doing right, do it. But I think it's time to do that. No more asking, no more pleading about letting us know information. It's time to do an investigation. Bring them in.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bill Maxey. Did you find out what item, sir?
2 minutes.
Yeah, what?
Again, HBO Maxey, community activists, civil rights. I had something else on my mind tonight because I really wanted peace. 2 things happened this last couple of days, the last 6 days. and I had plans. I meet to the people wanting to hear this. I meet with this mayor on the 22nd of this month. The subject, prescription drugs. 3 seniors call me. I can't pay rent. I can't buy food.
Mr. Maxson.
Huh?
Go ahead, President.
This is agenda address.
Oh, my mistake.
That's
I got
okay.
so much on my mind trying to be peaceful.
Yes, sir.
I don't have anything with the agenda. I thought this was public comment.
Okay.
You said public.
No, we good. Order in the chamber. We'll call you. I'll call you back up in public comment, sir.
You'll call me back?
Yes, sir.
Well, I asked to be a scratch because I hadn't talked with Mr. Johnson and Mr. Jones about the agenda and Ms. Miller, and I didn't want to be running my mouth and not knowing. Okay?
All right. Thank you. That concludes agenda address, President McGinnis.
All right, with that, we are on number 4 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the first reading of a zoning ordinance map amendment to rezone 4 parcels totaling 0.59 acres at 148 East Howard Street? Is there a motion to approve to begin debate? Is there a second? Second. It's been moved by Councilman James, seconded by Councilman Parker. So a zoning ordinance map requires 2 readings. This is the first of those readings. And there are other zoning ordinance text and map amendments that we'll be considering tonight. All of them are first readings, so none will be decided upon tonight. This is acknowledging that it's been read for a first time. We give the floor to the mayor and administration to provide information to the council and community.
Thank you, Mr. President. Manager Yandrick, why don't you walk us through the rezoning proposal and why the Planning Commission recommended the rezoning?
Absolutely. Actually, this is an opportunity for me to introduce to the public and to City Council our senior planner, Corey Christensen, who will be giving the presentation on this item and also the next item on the agenda. But I will be here for any further questions that there may be. So welcome, Corey.
Thank you, and good evening, Council. So today's case is a proposed rezoning. In this situation, the applicant has owned a business at this property for several decades. It's a barber shop. It recently had a fire, and in order to rebuild, the underlying zoning needs to be corrected from residential to commercial in order to allow him to continue operating his business. So this is the process for adoption. It's already been to Planning Commission for 2 sessions. At the public hearing, they voted 5-0 to recommend approval to this body. This gives you an idea of where it's located in reference to our zoning map. You can see it is located along Perry Street. And there are several properties along Perry Street that are zoned commercial. We have C1 to the north, and then we also have C0 to the south, and some C1 across the street. Broadly, the neighborhood is zoned, thank you. Broadly, the neighborhood is zoned residential. R2 is a 2-family residential zoning district for duplexes. The lighter color, that is R1. That district is for single-family residential. What's highlighted in red here, this is where the applicant is proposing to conduct the rezoning. There's 2 parcels on the south side of Howard Street. The applicant is proposing to change those to be C1, and then the parcels on the north side of Howard Street are proposed to be zoned P1. The reason for the P1 zoning district on the north side of Howard Street is to reduce the risk of there being intrusive developments in that location. They're only permitted parking for their business at this site. This is a street view of the property as it existed in August of 2018. There's since been a fire, and the applicant intends to rebuild and expand, and hopefully provide space for another tenant. This is the north side of Howard Street. Currently, it's a vacant parcel. It is zoned for residential. However, there hasn't been a home there in many years. This is where it's proposed to be turned into parking. So the request is to rezone 2 parcels on the south side of East Howard and 2 on the north side from R2 to P1 and C1. The applicant's property experienced a fire recently that necessitates a new structure. Because of this fire, the property has lost its grandfathered status and must come into compliance with the underlying zoning. The applicant is requesting C1 for the southern 2 parcels to allow for continued use of the site as a barbershop and for other commercial tenants. The applicant has requested P1 for the northern 2 parcels to allow for parking to support his business. P1 was selected rather than C1 in order to protect neighboring residents so that there will only be parking at this location and not anything more intrusive, such as a bar. At this time, the applicant has not offered any conditions with their request. So then, in general, Perry Street, it's a mixed-use corridor that allows many different types of residential and commercial uses, and the districts on that street range from C1, C3, R1, and R2. The property is intended to be used for a barbershop and has historically been used for commercial despite the R2 zoning. The other 2 parcels on the north side of the street, however, have always been residential zoned and were previously residential used. So a quick overview of the C1 zoning district. This is a mixed-use district intended to accommodate housing units for smaller households and to provide services that cater to the needs of the surrounding residential neighborhood. We have 4 commercial districts, C1, C2, C3, C4. This is one of the least intense commercial districts we have. However, just to give you an idea of what uses are permitted if the property is rezoned, if a property is zoned C1, then by right, they will be permitted mixed use, bakeries, banks, bars, business service establishments, childcare, funeral homes, galleries, offices, personal service establishments, pet boarding facilities, places of assembly for less than 50 persons, restaurants, small and medium retail, assisted living, cultural municipal uses, nursing homes, private clubs, religious institutions, and schools. Then there are uses that are permitted by special exception permit, which means they have to be approved by the Planning Commission. These include multifamily apartments, townhouses, automobile services, bed and breakfast, medical clinics, pawn shops, places of assembly for 51 or more, retail sales, workshops, cemeteries, community service facilities, parking lots, colleges, large indoor recreation, and greenhouses. The P1 district is much simpler. It only permits parking. However, it does come with some standards that must be followed. The parking area shall be accessory to and for use in connection with 1 or more businesses. The parking area shall be used for parking or passenger vehicles for incremental periods of less than 1 day. No long-term vehicle storage is permitted. No commercial repair work or service of any kind, and no signs of any kind other than signs designated entrances, exits, and conditions of use. So then we have the 10 standards of approval that must be used to make your decision. I'm not going to read all of this, but I'm going to go over what those standards are. Consistency with the goals, policies, and objectives of the master plan, compatibility of the site's environmental features, evidence the applicant cannot receive a reasonable return on investment under the current zoning, compatibility of all potential uses with surrounding uses, the capacity of the city's utilities and services, the capability of the street system, the boundaries of the requested rezoning district are reasonable, the requested zoning district is considered to be more appropriate, and rezoning the land is considered to be more appropriate than amending the list of permitted or special land uses. And lastly, rezoning will not create an isolated or incompatible zone. Staff's response to these conditions, we feel that the site has operated as a commercial property for as long as the city has records on this parcel. Approval of this rezoning is necessary if the property is to be redeveloped. There are many properties along Perry Street that are zoned commercial. The requested districts are the least change necessary to achieve the applicant's goals for redevelopment. And lastly, it would not be appropriate to amend the R2 zoning district to allow personal service establishments or parking. It is much more reasonable to permit a rezoning. And so with that, we have the Planning Commission's recommendation. They voted 5-0 to recommend approval. There were no conditions placed on approval. Are there any questions for me?
Yes, first on the speakers list, Pro Tem Carrington, followed by Councilman Parker.
Yes, thank you, President McGinn. I have my first question. I can understand that particular facility that burned down. Actually, I went out and looked at it today. Actually, I drove past it. I know exactly what its potential business is. But I'm not understanding converting the lot that's right on the side of the house. There was no conditions in here at all. So there's no buffering, there's no fence, there's nothing that this particular business owner has offered you guys to rezone this.
Sure. So at this time, no conditions have been supplied by the applicant, and staff cannot recommend conditions.
Also, from a historical standpoint, that barbershop has never had any. They have a parking lot. It has never been filled in the 12 years I've been here. So I'm not understanding the issue to want to have another parking lot on the side of a home, which all that area is R2.
So if I may, I believe part of the reason the applicant is requesting the expanded parking lot is because he intends to allow another tenant in the site. So he wants 2 or maybe more commercial spaces.
And what about the parking minimums?
So yes, in order to meet the parking minimums, I believe this was something that came out during the planning commission stage. In order to meet the parking minimums, I believe they were able to work it on site, but to meet the applicant's needs, really, they need more parking than what the code requires.
Okay, am I going to follow up? So why not extend the parking that's directly behind the building instead of going by the home? That's what I'm saying. It's obvious if you go out to this facility and you see the layout.
Right.
So why not put a parking lot that's closest to the building that's right there on the side of that particular business instead of actually breaching on a homeowner?
And that was the, did you want to speak on it?
Yeah, I'll speak on it.
Okay.
So these questions may be better asked by the applicant, but what's been communicated to staff is that this building the intended rebuild is going to be much larger than what was previously there. Now, that building is not part of a rezoning consideration tonight. This is strictly for the zoning district itself. There will be another site plan where the building layout, parking is discussed, but that's not for this evening, particularly because no conditions are offered.
I definitely understand that, sir.
Yeah.
But the thing is that you are asking us to rezone R2 to a P1. Am I correct?
And that is from the applicant, not from city staff.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
Yep.
So did you guys actually support this when it went to the planning commission?
We
what
did.
Was the administration support?
There's a lot of crosstalk. So have you asked your question?
Yeah, I asked. Yeah, go ahead.
You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. There were actually 2 public hearings for this. The second public hearing had an additional parcel that the property owner acquired as part of this. Staff's take is that we did not want a P1 zoning district across the street. You know, we wanted parking as close as possible, maybe to work out a layout. But Planning Commission in the first public hearing was the one that recommended P1 for the applicant. So that's where that actually came from.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councilman Parker, followed by Councilman Rutherford.
Thank you, sir. First question is, in regards to tearing down the building, obviously the building is very old. Did we consider the possible need for hazardous removal?
So the applicant has a demolition permit with the building department, but unfortunately, that's not something that Corey and I are aware what those requirements are in planning.
So we're saying you can tear it down, but we don't know what it is.
No, the requirements would be settled as part of a building permit demolition, but those requirements would need to be satisfied in order to go through, get their new building permit to build the building and through site plan.
Second question regarding the parking. If you put will that parking require street crossing?
It would.
And would that require a crosswalk installed?
The applicant has conceptually proposed a crosswalk, correct?
Okay.
And this would not be at Perry Street. It would actually be the first block in would be where the crosswalk is. So it would be at the intersection.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Rutherford, followed by Councilman James.
Number 1, who's paying for the crosswalk? Number 2, how would this directly affect the neighbors that y'all gonna put these parking spaces in? Number 3, although we cannot ask for accommodations, can we suggest accommodations? Because that's going to affect that neighborhood where y'all having that parking structure. I yield to the president to yield to you.
Staff has the floor.
So there are requirements between both parking and a building that would require either a wall or a larger buffer with landscaping between the commercial use, the parking lot, and then the residential uses. In terms of the second question about conditions and encouraging the applicant, I would defer to our municipal attorney to share, just as part of these deliberations, what would be appropriate. So this is Morgan McAtee.
Also the cost.
Good evening, Council. As you all know, in order for conditions to properly be placed under the MZEA, they have to be voluntarily offered by the applicant. They cannot be suggested or requested by Council, unfortunately.
Okay, so question 1 was about there is an existing buffer requirement. Question 2 is about how can conditions be originated. What was your third?
My third question is who's paying for the crosswalk?
Okay.
That would be a required public improvement by the applicant, so
So are they paying for it or are we paying for it?
the applicant would be paying for
Okay,
it.
thank you.
Okay, next on the speakers list is Councilman James.
Yeah,
Microphone.
excuse me. I'm trying to figure out where is the parking lot that you know, or the space that you want rezoned? Where is it in relation to the building itself?
So the parking area is to the north, directly across East Howard Street. It's kind of hard to see here, but outlined in red, these are the parcels proposed to be rezoned. You have 2 to the south of Howard Street and 2 to the north.
So where is, the building itself is currently,
It's on the south parcel that's at the intersection. The lower parcel right here.
so it's, the building is currently zoned as a C1?
It is currently zoned R2, which only permits 2-family residential.
Grandfathered because it existed well before the zoning map was
Okay,
updated.
okay, so part of, you know, he's trying to zone the business appropriately now.
Correct.
And then the other part is that he wants to add the parking lot, but he's got room, is that his property that's to the right of the building?
Yes.
So, I mean, he's got, I understand he's going to expand the business, but does he plan on using that space as well?
Yes, I believe looking at the concept drawings, they plan to expand the building across parcel lines to include both of those southern parcels.
That's really unusual. I can understand him getting the space rezoned, but it would be unusual to create a parking lot that's like across the street from where that business is, you know, to put a parking lot right next to a house, and it's kind of like unrelated, so.
Councilman Parker?
I just want to ask, how much larger does he expect to make the building?
Well, I don't know that number off the top of my head. The applicant may be able to answer that question.
Is he here?
Yes.
All right, if there's no objection, the applicant, you can take the microphone, and if you want to share anything about your project.
How you doing? Nathan Stevenson. I reside at need my address too?
Not required for this part,
Okay.
but you can certainly share it if you want to.
All right, for the main part, where's your pointer, Corey?
This is the pointer.
All right. Green button, okay. To speak to your question, it's always been, before, I don't know how long everybody's been here, but it's been it was a laundromat prior to being a salon. Then when I purchased it in 2010, it was a salon as well. Okay. Right here in this area here, this probably from Perry to, well, my whole building is 2,000 square feet right here. This, I purchased this part in addition, and these 2 lots as well, only before the parking and additional residency by another commercial business. Now, to answer your question, ma'am, from Perry Street to here, that's a parking lot, first part, and then this is the building. This right here is the additional. Now, you said why, or Mr. Parker, you said, I'm sorry, you said about parking, Mr. Carrington. There's no additional parking here. There's a residence here, and no, I do not own this part right here. There's a house there as well, because you asked about, Ms. James asked about that I own the part to the right. That would be additional or proper enough land for parking, but there's a house, it was so raggedy before, but the guy bought it and he just rehabbed it. Okay. So reason being that parking needs to be here is because for the business, there's no additional, we have parking in front, and this would be the building, and the building for somebody's size would be 5,000 square feet. So we're more than doubling the size to bring some business and revenue to the to the city. Like I said, this is the building that we're proposing. You said L shape, and then this would be the parking. We were told by planning committee that there was not enough parking for minimum parking for that size building. I believe it was 10 parking spots per 500 square feet.
1 per 500.
Or 1 per 500?
Well, no, he actually did answer my other question, so I'm good.
Okay. Pro Tem Carrington, then followed by Councilman James.
So this is for Planning Commission. So the reason that he suggested parking was based on he'd been told that it wasn't enough parking for the specific parameters of the new build.
So there was some back and forth and discussion on that. My understanding was we were able to reach 10 spaces on the 2 parcels, but the applicant was more comfortable having more parking space across the street. Because I believe when we looked at the plans, the square footage required 10 parking spaces.
And two other items that were raised at Planning Commission was that the likelihood of during peak hours that it might have led people parking in the neighborhood legally or otherwise in sort of the side streets during peak hours for what should be multiple businesses, not just the one barbershop or one salon. And then the other item that was raised was that if the configuration requires all minimum parking to be shoved on that bottom L, then the building has to be set back, whereas this would allow, if they choose to, have the building be closer to the corner. So that way it looks more like a cohesive commercial corridor with the rest of the buildings on Perry versus, because the way it is right now is a few parking spaces, building set back, and then the home next to it, just south of it. So the idea was that it might create, just to give the more options for the property owner. So I just want to share that those deliberations came up in Planning Commission.
All right, thank you.
Councilman James?
Have you talked to the homeowner who lives next to the property that you're asking for rezoning?
Yes. Wait.
Are they
yes.
in agreement?
They're in
with,
agreement. Yeah, they're fine with it. They want to see they want to see business. They want to see some activity. They don't mind as long as it's not no junk. That's why he told me to quote him, as long as there's no junk next door. And you know we've been real respectable the whole time. And this street right here is in jail, and there's no house here. That's an empty lot as well, right there. So we wouldn't be bothering anybody having parking there. And I see this done for the funeral home. They have parking across the street, across a street. There's a two-way street. So, I mean, to really be honest, this is where I got the idea from, because that Moon is only right down the street from me.
Okay.
So, I mean, to be fair, this is where I got the idea from.
Any further discussion on this first reading?
Just also, I wanted to ask, have we thought about putting a conditional clause there that if it changed from being a parking lot, that it would revert back to the original zoning? Is there any kind of thought of conditional?
Any conditions have to come from the applicant himself.
But also, P1 is exclusively parking, so the only use that can occur in P1 is parking.
Okay.
And we've had several ongoing conversations with the applicant, but they're really requesting this rezoning application tonight without conditions. So we've had several conversations and attempts, so.
All right, so for any rezoning, it requires 2 readings. This vote before us just acknowledges that it's been read for a first time. I want to acknowledge that the applicant had gone before the Planning Commission in November and in December to try and satisfy the city's concerns. And so now we are doing the first of at least 2 readings. So we anticipate this being on next week's City Council agenda as well. Oh, I'm sorry, in 2 weeks. All right, so Merry Christmas, Mr. Stevenson. We're not going to make you come back next week. So in 2 weeks at that City Council meeting, thank you for flagging that, so that way I've got that in my brain. We are talking about 148 East Howard Street. You see that there are 4 different parcels that are flagged, totaling just under 0.6 acres. Is there any further discussion on the motion before us, this first reading? Hearing nothing further, roll call Clerk Doyle on the resolution acknowledging the first reading.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
All right, that motion carries. That'll be before us for a second reading in 2 weeks. Number 5, is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve a first reading of the zoning ordinance text amendment? This is Article 2, Chapter 3, Section 2.301, Article 2, Chapter 3, Section 2.304, and Article 6, Chapter 5, Section 6.506 regarding minimum lot width. This resolution is for a first reading. Is there a motion?
A motion?
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman James, seconded by Councilman Parker. We give the floor to the administration and staff to provide information for the first reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We'll turn it over to our Planning Division staff to discuss why they brought this proposal before the Planning Commission and why the Planning Commission is recommending adoption.
Thank you. So today's text amendment is a proposal to reduce the minimum lot width in the R1 district from 60 feet to 40 feet. This will affect 3 sections of the code in order to make this happen. Sections 2.301, 2.304, and 6.506. Again, this is the process. We are in the first reading. It has already gone to Planning Commission, where it was recommended for approval 5-1. So the following is a city-initiated text amendment to reduce the minimum required lot width in the R1 zoning district from 60 feet to 40 feet. And to be clear, the R1 zoning district is the single-family residential zoning district. The 60-foot standard was established back in the 1990s as a way to increase housing size, lot size, and property values in neighborhoods. These goals do not appear to have been achieved by this change to the ordinance. And it ended up causing some issues because there were a large number of non-conforming parcels prohibited from being redeveloped in the city due to the fact that they have a width greater than 40 feet. Many non-conforming parcels are permitted to be developed if more than 50% of parcels within 500 feet have reduced lot widths. However, this provision is poorly located in the zoning ordinance, and it can be confusing for the layperson to find. So a big impetus for this text amendment is simply to make the ordinance easier to understand and navigate. There are going to be 3 changes we're proposing to the zoning ordinance. Number 1 is a change to Table 3, and also the table found in Section 2.304. Those will be modified to state the new proposed minimum lot width. A footnote is also proposed to be added that will clarify that the required minimum lot width is modified by the average width found nearby. This provides the information property owners need in one easy-to-find location within the zoning ordinance, and they don't have to jump around to different sections. Section 6.506, which deals with nonconformities, will need its language modified so as not to conflict with the new requirements. This will require removing 6.506C1 entirely. These 3 changes will achieve the goals of making our zoning ordinance more user-friendly and more redevelopment friendly. This gives you an example, or this is an example to outline what the issue is we're facing. Here we have a parcel that has a width of 90 feet. Under the current zoning ordinance, which requires a minimum lot width of 60 feet, this parcel could not be split and then redeveloped consistently with the rest of the neighborhood. It is prohibited from being split due to the fact that we require the minimum lot width to be 60 feet, even though almost every other parcel in the neighborhood, including those across the street, you can see are 40 feet wide. With the adoption of this ordinance, it would permit this property and many others like it to be split and redeveloped consistent with the width found along the same street. This is an example of the text that will be added to Section 2.304. This is the footnote that will be placed under the table. It reads, lot width may not be less than the width of the majority, 50% or more, of lots in the surrounding area that are developed with existing single-family dwellings. Surrounding areas shall be defined as all of the lots abutting either side of the streets that abut the lot in question and which are also located within 500 feet of said lot. For example, if a parcel is 80 feet wide and the majority of parcels along the same street and within 500 feet of the property are 50 feet wide, then the subject parcel could not be split as it would create 2 parcels with frontages less than the street average. So the reason we're adding this footnote is to say, even though we're reducing the minimum lot width to 40 feet, we don't want to create inconsistencies in our neighborhoods. So if the standard in the neighborhood is 50 feet, that will remain. So in summary, these amendments are not transformative because it allows subdivisions and home construction similar to the layout of existing surrounding neighborhoods. This would not impact the R1A and R1B zoning development standards, which allow for larger lots. And those zoning districts are a modified version of the R1 single-family district, which allows some modified regulations. And also, this ordinance cleans up the ordinance to make it easier for residents and property owners to understand the regulations. With that, the Planning Commission recommended approval. Yeah, 5-1. That's incorrect. And, yep. Are there any questions for me?
And it was said on the slide, but it's along Walton Boulevard that many of those R1A and R1B, are those like more newer developed subdivisions?
Right.
That would have larger lots and sometimes rolling streets?
Exactly. It's newer development, and it's found at the northern end of our city and also at the southern end. There's some.
And that would not be impacted?
No.
All right, this is a first reading. Again, it'll be before us, what are we talking, 2 weeks?
Yep.
2 weeks, okay. Any discussion on this first reading, Council? Councilwoman James.
I just want to say
Microphone.
I applaud this change because I think it definitely makes sense for us to do something smart to utilize these lots. And this is the right thing to do, and I think it's just great that we're moving ahead with this.
Further discussion on the first reading? Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, just a quick question concerning the reduction in lot size. Now, does this allow for, we just had a resolution concerning infill, and the council voted not to pass that particular resolution. How does changing the lot size, does that open up the city to those infill homes?
No. So all that this will do is allow currently vacant properties to be redeveloped, but they can only be redeveloped within the standards in our current zoning ordinance.
Okay,
Since this board denied that.
Yes.
But yeah, you got it.
Right.
Mayor Grimal.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to be a little more specific, President Pro Tem, the proposal that was brought, a month ago, several weeks ago, would have reduced the minimum square footage of homes allowed. This has nothing to do with the minimum square footage of homes. It has to do with the size of lots and allowing the lot size to be smaller.
Correct.
Further discussion on this first reading? Hearing nothing further, roll call and adoption of the resolution approving its first reading, acknowledging it's been read for a first time. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford,
Yes.
First reading.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The first reading has been recognized, and it'll be before us in 2 weeks. We're at number 7. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the salary increase for the election specialist position?
We skipping something.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the first reading of a zoning ordinance text amendment of Chapter 9, Section
Moved by Carrington.
6.902, subsection B, subsection 3, to increase the buffer distance for notices from 300 feet to 500 feet, and to require public notification signs for property subject to a public hearing?
Moved by Carrington.
It was moved by Pro Tem Carrington and seconded by Councilman Rutherford. City Council has indicated our interest in this, so that way, if there is a rezoning or other, property sale or what have you that has a size, space, distance requirement, that we're going beyond the state requirement minimum of 300 and increasing it to 500 feet, so that way more surrounding property owners can be notified, and that it would have, I'll let the mayor and administration tell you more, but it's well received. Mayor Grimal, tell us more.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. I think you did a good job of summing it up, which is the state law requires notification to those who live within 300 feet, and not just those who live, but any property owner who owns property within 300 feet of a proposed rezoning. That's long been the practice here in the city of Pontiac, which is to abide by the minimum standard under state law. In our continuing effort to be more transparent, to be more communicative with residents, we are recommending that that be expanded to 500 feet so that more people who are in that general vicinity who might be affected or have concerns or questions about a rezoning would then be notified. Take it away, Manager Andrew.
All right, I have a very brief presentation. I'll just get into a little bit of the bones of that. I think both of you have done a wonderful explanation. So this was introduced at a public hearing at Planning Commission in December. Tonight is the first reading, and the second reading is planned on January 3rd in 2 weeks. So again, under the current zoning code, this matches the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act minimum requirement. It's a notice in the Oakland Press and a mailing of the public hearing notice with all properties with 300 feet of the subject property. So this would be any property that is within 300 feet or less of the total area of that property. So, Mark Twain is a school. You take that entire boundary. Anything that was, any property that was within 300 feet received a notice with that. There are no current posting on requirements on site for any applications at the city. So I just want to establish what the current requirements or lack thereof is. So again, it increases the public mailing from 300 to 500 feet. This is something the city would incorporate. We currently use county data to establish those mailing lists for each application and mail those out. So the city would be incurring that. Now, number two, it requires the applicant to post signage for rezonings, special exceptions, and alley and right-of-way vacations. This puts the onus on the applicant to create the sign. The city would have a template, but the applicant would be responsible for that. And we have checks and balances in place in the zoning ordinance in this proposed ordinance that would ensure that there was proper public notice. It is for a 24-square foot ground sign, so 3 feet by 8 feet. 6 feet by 4 feet are usually the two most common signs. A lot of sign companies can very quickly get you some temporary signage of these dimensions and then, post them on some post. We are also requiring a 24-square-foot window sign in the C2 district, which is downtown. If you notice downtown, there may not be a lot of great locations, so we have requirements within the windows. For right-of-way and alley vacations, there is the option of a 24-foot ground sign. Most often, those are being applied for by adjacent property owners. So if you have the ability, you can post that. Or, as an option, you can put 2 A-frame signs at right-of-ways to be able to show what proposed public hearing is upcoming for Planning Commission. So, and lastly, this establishes the requirements and penalties if the process is not followed. So summary, these amendments increase transparency about upcoming public hearings by doing the following. 1, it increases the buffer distance for the public hearing, public notice mailing for all public hearings. And 2, requiring the applicant to post signage for public hearing notice for rezoning, special exceptions, and right-of-way and alley vacations. So Planning Commission recommended approval 6-0 of these text amendments, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for the information. First on the speaker's list, Councilwoman Rutherford.
Yes, so first I want to applaud the administration and all of us to coming up with a plan that gives people more notice and makes sure that people have open transparency. So my question is this: if this is implemented, when will this actually start?
So
you have the floor.
What would happen is 10 days after this was adopted by City Council, it would take effect. And so any application for a public hearing afterwards would be subject to this. And so likely in January, it would be adopted. It would start with the March Planning Commission items to answer the question. So because the February items our submittal deadline is prior to when this is adopted.
Thank you.
Yep.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President. First, I want to thank the council from sticking to our guns on this and making sure that we allow adequate more time to get more people in the community involved in this process. So I definitely support this particular resolution. So again, I just want to say thank the council for listening to the residents on this. Thank you.
Further discussion on this first reading? The plan is 2 weeks from now for the second reading?
Absolutely.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing nothing further, speakers list exhausted. Clerk Doyle, roll call on adoption of the resolution approving the first reading.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. It's been read for a first time, and it'll be back for a second reading in 2 weeks. Now we're at number 7. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the salary increase for the election specialist position? Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, second by Councilwoman James. This item comes to us through the clerk's office, so we give the floor to the city clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm proposing a salary increase for the election specialist position. because the clerk's office has been without an elections administrator. I thought we had hired one, but unfortunately, he rescinded his acceptance of the job offer. And as you are well aware, we will have a presidential primary February the 27th. So the election specialist will be assuming some additional duties. So this is an increase to for those additional duties she will be doing.
Okay. And so the resolution indicates that the election specialist position hourly rate would be changed from $25.24 per hour to $27.16 per hour, and this would be effective January 1st. First on the speakers list, Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. Brother Clerk, how much does an election administrator make?
The election administrator was the chief assistant city clerk was going to serve as the election administrator, as well as assume some additional other duties besides just being the elections administrator. So that salary is the previous person that we were going to hire, the salary was $92,500. The election specialist will not be assuming all the duties that the chief assistant clerk position was going to be responsible for. They will just be assuming some additional election-only responsibilities.
I appreciate all that, but my question was, what does an election administrator make? Do you know, offhand?
Well, that's what I gave you the salary of.
I thought you gave me for the chief clerk.
Right, the chief assistant clerk was going to serve as the election administrator.
So we don't have an election administrator. We have a chief
Just
All right, we've got too much interchange.
I'm
Councilman
sorry.
Parker, you can ask your questions, and I'll give the floor to Clerk Doyle. So you'd like to know the range for an election administrator role.
Right.
That's
That's
the
my
information that you're pursuing.
Right.
Clerk Doyle, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what I will mention is that the last time we had what I would say an elections administrator was when Ms. Williams was here, and her salary was $65,000.
And my final question then, is this salary that you're recommending comparable to that?
No, because this position will not assume all the duties that Ms. Williams, when she was serving as just the elections administrator, was doing.
Next on the speakers list, Councilwoman Rutherford, followed by Pro Tem.
So to the clerk, if this is approved, when will this job be posted, and is it already filled currently?
Through the president.
Through the president, I'm sorry.
The position is already filled.
Okay.
So the person in the position will be assuming some additional responsibilities, and this is to compensate them for the additional responsibilities that they're assuming.
Okay.
Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. So basically, the current staff is actually going to be pursuing some of the duties of elections specialists, so that's why you're requesting the pay increase. So is that correct, through the president?
Elections administrator. It's currently an election specialist.
Okay, yes.
Clerk Doyle?
Through the president, that's correct.
Okay. So what's the educational requirements of an election administrator?
So through the president, the election administrator position required a degree as well as certification from the state of Michigan. The election specialist position does not require a degree.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Any further discussion on the motion for us? Councilwoman James.
Yes, the young lady that's currently doing the job, what is her official title?
Election specialist?
Yes.
Currently is election specialist.
She's currently an election specialist, so does that, you're saying that she's taking on more, but is she currently doing the job of the elections administrator?
Clerk Doyle, you have the floor.
No, she's not. A number of the duties that the former election administrator was doing, I am still responsible for a lot of those duties.
Okay. So what you are, the responsibilities that she is going to take on, she is not currently doing, but will be doing as a result of this change. Is that what you're saying?
Clerk Doyle.
What I'm saying is she will be taking on some additional responsibilities, but not all of the responsibilities of the election administrator. Through the president, does that answer your question, Councilwoman James?
I'm still not, certain of what I'm trying to understand is she currently performing the duties of the election administrator?
Through the president, no, she's not.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Councilman Parker?
So when you looked at both of those positions.
Microphone.
I'm sorry. Thank you, sir. When you looked at both of those positions and you quantified it out, what percentage of the election administrator will she be doing?
Clerk Doyle?
Through the president, I don't necessarily know if I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well,
Councilman Parker.
I'm sorry. May I?
Yep, you have the floor.
Well, every job should have a quantifiable percentage of the job that they're doing. You said you're trying to get the election specialist to do some of the election administrator's job. I'm trying to figure out what percentage of that job will she be doing?
Clerk Doyle?
Through the president, what I would say is that her workload is probably increasing by 25%, because just simply as the clerk, I cannot perform all the duties that are required by the office of the city clerk. That's why I was seeking to hire a chief assistant clerk. But since that position will not be filled, the duties need to be addressed, and literally, I, in essence, cannot do it all. I will also mention that the election specialist is an hourly position, is the only hourly position in the clerk's office. The additional staff and the other staff in the clerk's office are salary. So this position is entitled to overtime. So unlike the other positions like myself and Mr. Starks and Ms. Grandison, for example, your meeting today, I've worked probably over 12 hours today.
And counting.
And counting, right. So the salary staff, they don't get additional compensation for that. The hourly staff, this position, if this position was working now for the additional 8 hours, they would have been compensated at time and a half. So that's taken into account as well, too.
I'm gonna leave it.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing no further discussion, speakers list exhausted. The resolution to approve salary increase for election specialist position. Whereas the election specialist position has assumed additional responsibilities since the office of city clerk has been without an elections administrator, and whereas the city clerk is recommending that the election specialist position hourly rate be changed from $25.24 per hour to $27.16 per hour, now therefore be it resolved the city council approves the salary increase for the election specialist position to $27.16 per hour, effective January 1st, 2024. Roll call on adoption. Clerk Doyle.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. What had been number 8 about the liquor license has been removed at the beginning of the meeting. We're now at number 9. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the city clerk to publish the notice of the proposed budget amendment?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilwoman James. This budget amendment proposed is for changing a part-time code enforcement officer position to full-time and the lease of a 2024 Chevrolet Equinox for $29,308 for code enforcement. This is a notice to say it'll be back before us in 2 weeks, gives the clerk time to post it. Mayor Grimel, you and the administration have the floor about the rationale.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. As we've sought to ramp up our code enforcement staffing and code enforcement enforcement, this is an integral part of that. This would increase funding so that a currently part-time code enforcement officer could become full-time, and it would also fund a leased car for that position as well. And I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Stevens to get into all of the budgetary details.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. President, there is not too much more to say other than what you and the mayor have already said. This is the posting of a budget amendment. It will come back before the council to actually have the public hearing and then make a decision as to whether or not to move forward. I will say that if we do move forward, this will do a couple of things for code enforcement. The first is that it will do a much better job of providing backup and assistance for individuals when they have sick and vacation time for coverages. And then that obviously will make our enforcement activities more robust and smooth. And then finally, I would say that from the standpoint of the budgetary effects, you can see it here. It is approximately on an ongoing basis, an additional $28,000 a year as we go from a part-time to a full-time salary.
All right, any further discussion on this authorization for the notice to be posted and for it to come back in a few weeks? Councilman Parker.
So does this include the car too?
So yes, the budget amendment would be the part-time, wages and benefits and all that for 28,000-ish, and then the vehicle for 29,308. Is that right? Is that a fair characterization? So it does the two tracks in one move.
Just one quick question. If it's for traffic or parking instruction instead of a full-size or smaller car, can't we get one of those little, look like golf cart things that's cheaper?
So
I would think it's cheaper, maybe it's not.
Deputy Mayor Stevens.
So great question. We could look into that if that is the council's desire. I will say that the idea is to provide maximum flexibility, so all of the officers were receiving the same vehicle so that they could move around the activity. They would not necessarily always be using that vehicle for downtown parking. They may be using that same vehicle when they fill in to cover one of the districts.
Councilwoman James.
Yes, you have 29,000 for vehicles. We're leasing. Is that a lease for a year? What is that? I thought we were leasing all of our code enforcement.
Yeah, that is the overall value of the lease across the time of the lease. So the recurring value would be the cost of salary and wages. Essentially the $29,308 for the vehicle is a one-time cost of the vehicle, but that will be spread out over the term of the lease.
And that lease is what, 3 years?
I believe they're 5-year leases.
5 year?
Any further questions, Councilwoman James?
No.
Any further discussion on this authorizing of the posting of the budget amendment? Hearing nothing further, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the resolution authorizing you to publish the notice.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
The motion carries. It'll be back before us in 2 weeks' time. Number 10, is there we don't need a motion. There was already one last week. This was something postponed last week. This is the resolution to support the Michigan Department of Transportation creation of 4 road islands along, not 4 states of Rhode Island, 4 road islands along the M59 corridor. There was a complementary or related resolution that was defeated last week in terms of consenting to the elimination of one of the westbound 3 lanes to make that 2. That failed at the city council, and this was a related item that had been postponed. This is symbolic since the state has the jurisdiction, but to offer a sense of where the city and the council is at. Any further discussion on that resolution that's now before us? Mayor Grimo.
Well, this is the state's proposal. This is MDOT's proposal, not our proposal. But I did want to try to answer a couple of the questions that came up during agenda address to the best of my ability. There was a question about the bridge overpass, if you will, over here on M59. And I wanted to try to answer that question because that's going to be potentially a recurring issue in other locations in the city. Those are not ADA compliant any longer because they rely on steps and therefore are not accessible to people of different needs or with disabilities. And so you will not see any overpass pedestrian bridges that only have steps in the future. What you may see in some locations is a pedestrian overpass bridge with ramps. That is ADA compliant. The problem is that to have ramps at a reasonably gradual grade so that those with wheelchairs or with other disabilities can access them, one needs a lot of surrounding land in order to accommodate the room for the ramps. So that is not always possible in most locations because one needs a lot of land and a lot of public right-of-way in order to accommodate it. So that's why that overpass bridge was eliminated without being replaced. I think to just address the general issue of people crossing at lights, yes, pedestrians should be crossing at lights, at traffic lights, where traffic is brought to a complete stop. That is the safest place to cross. Unfortunately, pedestrians don't always do that, and along Huron and M59, they often cross in the middle of the street, and what MDOT has conveyed is that they are trying to place these in locations where pedestrians are often crossing in the middle of the street, understanding that that activity is happening, trying to reduce the likelihood. We'll never eliminate the likelihood, but trying to reduce the likelihood of pedestrian car crashes, which can be very serious and fatal. That was certainly the case along Telegraph in the past before those islands were put in, and I know there have been some fatalities along here on an M59 as well.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing nothing further, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the adoption of the symbolic resolution on whether the city supports the State Department of Transportation creation of road islands or refuge islands along the M59 corridor.
McGinnis?
No.
Parker?
No.
Rutherford?
No.
Carrington?
I symbolically say no.
James?
No.
0 yeas, 5 nays.
That resolution fails. We're now at number 11.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt, but I would like to ask that the council, maybe we can do this next week, do a resolution to MDOT requesting that they rethink that proposal and that they actually do more public engagement to really come up with something that residents would find acceptable. So I really think we need to, as a council, tell them that they need to put the hold on that and they need to really get more public engagement involved in that decision.
I think that'd be well received by other council members. Is that there'd be interest in that? Okay. We can have staff and council work on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We are now at number 11. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the tentative agreement reached between the International Union of Operating Engineers and authorize the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Pontiac and Local 324 for Department of Public Works staff?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman James. We'll give the floor to the Mayor and Administration for more information.
Yeah, thank you very much, President McGinnis. To answer some of the questions that were posed earlier by members of the public, Our DPW staff was unionized by the International Union of Operating Engineers back in the spring or early summer timeframe. And once that occurred, the city and the union have been in negotiations over the terms of a new collective bargaining agreement. So this is the collective bargaining agreement that was agreed to by the parties and that has been ratified by the membership of the International Union of Operating Engineers, local. So this is the next step, which is the city actually approving it. We are joined today by an attorney from Clark Hill who was instrumental in the negotiations. But before we turn it over to him, Deputy Mayor, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Mayor. So, Council, as the mayor said, that we have been, actually, I will say, negotiated this over a relatively short period of time, given that it was the inaugural agreement and that the union had a period of time where they were unavailable to meet and city administration had a period of time where we were unavailable to meet. So the fact that we are here at this time, we all negotiated in good faith, came to an agreement. As the mayor said, we do have the attorney here who can answer any specific questions you may have of legality. I will say that the primary objective and what I believe is captured in this agreement is to set forth the working conditions. A lot of times when we think about union negotiations, we think about what we have seen on television with the UAW and the large increases in salaries that were gained. This does not represent that. What this represents is codification of what has been happening and what will happen in the future with management and staff relations. And with that, I will open it up for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Mayor, for opening. At this time, do council have any questions? Councilman Parker.
Just real quick, I know we just negotiated with the union, but how will this union, the contract, affect the wage study that we're doing? Or will it coincide, or how will that impact?
You have the floor, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Council Pro Tem. That also is a very good question. So what this agreement does do is it does set forth a set wage for the individuals who are in the collective bargaining agreement based on the different positions. And it does also guarantee that if the city does any yearly across-the-board increases, whatever those yearly across-the-board increases may be. I'm specifically not using the word COLA because they are not necessarily COLAs. It might just be that the city has decided, hey, everyone's going to get a 2% raise this year. You know, whatever that across-the-board increase is.
Deputy Mayor, could you hold on, please?
Yes.
Order in the chamber, please. It's hard to hear. You have the mic again, sir. Continue.
Whatever that across-the-board increase is, the union would also receive that increase. For this actual year that the collective bargaining agreement will go into effect, that is not contemplated because we have already contemplated what the starting wage will be. To answer the specific part of your question about the wage and compensation study, we are doing a wage and compensation study for all individuals at City Hall, and that data will be taken into consideration for future changes, but not necessarily reflected immediately.
Thank you.
Councilman Parker, any follow-up questions?
No, I'm done.
Council, any other questions? Okay, hearing none. President McGinnis, you can call the motion if you don't have any questions.
Speakers having been exhausted, roll call adoption of the resolution approving the Pontiac agreement with Doyle.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're now at number 12. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the merger agreement between the City of Pontiac Viva Trust, the City of Pontiac Police and Fire Retiree Pre-Funded Group Health and Insurance Plan and the City of Pontiac.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. We give the floor to the administration and staff.
Thank you, President McGinnis. So this merger agreement was long contemplated in the settlement agreement that was long ago agreed to between the city and the City of Pontiac Retired Employees Association. The initial settlement agreement that was approved 6 years ago now talked about the merger, but it said that that merger could only occur if approved by the IRS. And after a long time of waiting, what the IRS told us is they don't approve or disapprove of these kinds of mergers. So it's not a decision that the IRS makes. So we went before the federal court, about 6 months ago, roughly, and got a stipulated order signed by the judge saying that that aspect of the settlement agreement requiring IRS approval, which will never come because the IRS doesn't do that, eliminated so that the merger can just happen as agreed to between the parties. There was one draft version of the merger agreement that was being circulated, and our city attorney, Sam Kopaz from Miller Canfield, who's a specialist in these matters, recommended some tweaks to that agreement to ensure that the city is not giving up its legal ability to approve or disapprove any changes in retiree health care benefits, or at least any enhancement in retiree health care benefits. That change was just approved by the two VEBAs, both the police and fire VEBA and the general employee VEBA, about a week and a half ago, and that's why we're bringing this before council tonight. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Kopaz.
The microphone gets turned on at the right button. Yep, it's live.
Can you hear it now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for having me. I think Mayor Grimal did an excellent job of explaining why we're here today. Again, this is a requirement from the settlement with the retiree class. It is merging the historic police and fire VEBA into the newly created what we call a super VEBA, and that's going to increase efficiencies for the operating costs of the VEBA as a whole, given that they're going to now have one board, one insurance plan, and the like. Happy to answer any questions.
Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, this is for the administration. So do you guys foresee going to court for anything else concerning this particular matter? Because I know this is one of the things we wanted to get off our plate when we first came into office.
We're currently in court on a couple of matters, but our hope is that we can resolve the rest of this through discussions with Cypria. In fact, we have a meeting with the leadership of Cypria coming up later this week to try to resolve the remaining items.
And my follow-up question.
Yes, sir.
Are you at liberty to let the council know what those particular items are, or is it something that's needs to be in closed session?
Yeah, I think I can share at least the basics of those. I have kept council leadership apprised of those items on our weekly calls, so I don't think it should be a surprise to council leadership in any event, the president and president pro tem. But those two items are exactly what the safeguards might be around any healthcare benefit enhancements to ensure that the city and the financial viability of the VEBA fund is not jeopardized, as well as, and this is related, making sure that the city has appropriate oversight and has to approve any enhancements of healthcare retiree benefits for the same purpose.
Yes, and thank you. You have told not the administration, but myself and President McGinnis that as well. I just want to make sure the community understands why we haven't got to the finish line on this particular matter. So, thank you.
Councilman Rutherford?
So, to the administration, what's the direct, end date of all this? Because we have people that are constantly asking us these questions. I'm talking a realistic date, like a real one.
Mayor Grimal?
Well, it's very hard, of course, to predict how negotiations will go, so I don't think we can set a hard and fast date, But our hope is that we will resolve this in the coming weeks or the next month or so, because this has dragged on a long time. It had been dragging on a long time for many, many years before I became mayor. I'm happy to say that during our administration, collectively, councils, this current council's administration and my administration, we did reinstate retiree health care finally, after retirees waited for many, many years without any retiree health care. But we can't designate a hard and fast date, because that depends on how these discussions and negotiations go.
Councilman Rutherford.
I have to ask that type of question because we keep telling our citizens it's going to happen. It's going to happen. The point out is going to happen. So if you could just, from time to time, just give us real, like, updates. Because people do not understand what is going on. And I have a large population in my district who work for the city, who have been working for this money, who are really suffering, especially not putting nobody business out, like they have real terminally illnesses. And this is really affecting them. And I need you to hear, and like I'm conveying it from their standpoint, not me. Y'all have to do something, because at some point it's gonna start to like we're doing the same thing that you stated earlier, and that's what I'm getting. And so I don't know how to say it any other way, but what I just said, you have to give us some real time updates, because we can only advocate when we know the information in real time. That's all I'm asking y'all to do.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? So to recap, this approves the merger agreement between the City of Pontiac VEBA Trust, the City of Pontiac Police and Fire Retiree Pre-Funded Group Health Insurance Plan, and the City of Pontiac itself. So 3 different parties. And it is correct to state that the 2 other parties, their governing bodies have already voted to ratify, so to speak. Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
And you indicated that by having this, is it fair to say, super VEBA action? I was reviewing the December 2021 City Council agendas prior to when we took office, and there was an action taken in December 2021. Do you remember what that was related to the super VEBA action? I just want to make sure I was understanding.
I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Okay. But this action when would it be live? When it would be sort of go into effect? We're the final entity to authorize it. The mayor would execute it then, presumably, and then does it go live with the signature, or are there further steps or ratification?
No, it will go live 1/1/24 is the effective date.
1/1/24. Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, speakers list exhausted. Clerk Doyle, roll call on the adoption of the resolution to approve the merger agreement.
Yes.
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 Yes. That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are now at public comment. Pro Tem Carrington, who's first requesting?
Minister Veronica Taylor. And Ms. Beatrice Wright on deck.
First, I would like to honor God, who's the head of my life. To District 7, on December 6th, we finally got approved with the, got to excuse me, with the fire that was at West Manor. Our judge that sits there in District, Kwame Ross, we had a Zoom meeting about it. And we got a good attorney that's running it, that's helping us get it. And to tell you all, in District 7, they are about to get ready to clean it up. And I would like to thank that you all for having a good attorney to help get things turned around. And Kwame Ross, well, I can call him Kwame Ross, the Honorable Kwame Ross, put in some very important paperwork against the plaintiff to make sure things get did right in there. So we got to bear with them a little bit longer, because he is working on getting that building tore down. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Taylor.
Features right.
Good evening again, Council. I just wanted to kind of say, first of all, thank you for whomever put the little candy canes on our seats. I know I've had 1.5. I used to teach Sunday school, and you know there was great symbolism in the candy cane, that the red stands for the blood of Jesus and the white for his purity, and some hold that
Represents the staff.
it represents a shepherd's staff, or some people say it represents the other way, Jesus. So thank you for that. And Councilwoman Katha James, I want to thank you for offering up that suggestion that the council go on record with a letter to MDOT, because they did say that while it is their decision, they hold you in esteem. So let's see how they respond to that. I want to give a shout out to 2 young women in Pontiac who just earned their PhD degrees. Monique Price, the daughter of Hubert Price, she earned her PhD in education, and another young woman, Anissa, I don't want to miscall her name. She was my former student. I just saw her last night. She told me she's earning her PhD from Tennessee State University, and I'm just so happy about that. I want to say Merry Christmas to everyone. I love Christmas. And I want to say that I love the decorations of City Hall. You are making me happy. I travel around southeastern Michigan, and of course I love Detroit. It's just a beautiful place right now. I want to commend all of the businesses around here who have lit up Pontiac, namely Wholesale Mortgage and Williams International and Lee Industrial and any other business. And I want to encourage the rest of the businesses that seem to be dark right now, in spite of me spending hundreds of dollars on Christmas, and I want them to understand that their support of us is welcomed as well. I want to say Merry Christmas because half of the population of Pontiac are African Americans, and we're Christians, mostly Baptists, but we're Methodist, Presbyterian, and we celebrate Christmas. So Merry Christmas. I know you try to be politically correct. There's a sign downstairs that says, Happy Holidays. I want you to say Merry Christmas. It's a wonderful holiday. Celebrate Kwanzaa as well. Happy Hanukkah. I just want there to be peace on earth. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. H. Bill Maxey, Robert Bass on deck. He's not.
I'm correct this time? H. Bill Maxey, community activist, civil rights. Just a few words. First of all, I always talk about health and understanding within the city of Pontiac and how heart disease, how cancer, high blood pressure, number 1, depression. Our people are not leaving St. Joe as they come in. I'm going to cut through the chase. I said I was going to be happy tonight. Real happy and try to be peaceful. I do have a meeting with the mayor tomorrow. I'm sorry, the 22nd. And that's to talk about 2 surprising things that came to my attention by phone calls. Number 1, we're going to talk about epilepsy and how it affects the people in our community, how our seniors have to choose between eating, paying rent, a light bill. Secondly, not a strange call, but 1 out of 75 young mothers don't have the money to pay for special pharmaceutical costs for their kids, newborn babies. So we'll be talking about that we have some monies to look at this because it's a problem. It's a problem. And the mayor and I will be talking, and I'm not hung up on health care, but I'm telling you, before you build anything, before you vote on whatever, citizens last, city first. That's a big, big problem. We must have a healthy, wealthy community. And the only true wealth is wealth of the mind. And what really bugs me is that I have less and less conversation with the council about this. But I'm going to be nice and I'm going to be happy. But 2024, it'll be a different story. We will have our community first, health. We'll have that number one on the agenda. I don't care what you do, the job interviews, whatever it takes to move that community forward, but the families are not together with enough information called dissemination of information on all these crippling diseases that are taking the people of Pontiac to the graveyard. And I don't know what the council's, I never hear comments about it. But again, like I said, I'll burn the mayor's office up with the emails that I have to him. And this conversation will be centered around that. Mr. Mayor, on the 22nd, the last two prescription drugs, which I gave you the information, and the high cost, $150 more. And I also gave you some costs on the young mothers with these young babies that have to have special formulas and no family support.
That does conclude
and
your
no
time.
way of getting any help. We will be talking about this. Health, number one. Citizens, number one.
That does conclude your time.
Everything else, secondary. Thank you for the time. 2024 will be different on health care for people in this city.
Thank you, Mr. H. Bill Maxey. Mr. Carlton Jones.
B, I agree with you. This is the time for us to have some joy, and hopefully that everybody can appreciate this time of the year. I'll say first and foremost, I will be heading out of town for the next couple of weeks, so you can, I hate to miss you guys. I see you guys on every Tuesday, but I will be gone, so it's not like I've ran away. I know I'll be out of pocket. But one of the things I want to say tonight is that last week, and President, once again, I appreciate you for bringing it to the attention. But when I first looked at that backup material, the first thing that jumped out at me when I seen that project lift, and it had the Pontiac logo pasted on it, and then being presented by our staff. And it's just hard for me to believe that you could do something with workforce development, put our Pontiac logo on there, and not say something to somebody who's been down here for the last 2 years talking about workforce development. I'm gonna let it go because that's how it kind of said, well, they should, now they say they're advertising. There's nobody that does that unless they think they got a deal already. And I'm saying this because administration, we cannot do it that way. That's disrespectful to us here. And when I say that, I want to give a little history. TDC was developed to knock down the silos and the people to come together. Right at the Committee of 50, GPCC, that's where it was born at. And we said we was going to come together and work together with economic development, and workforce development would be the engine. And each and every time we put another nonprofit trying to pull at the same money, when you give them facility and you give them space to come in here as another nonprofit, it creates another silo. We have to understand now what I've offered, and I want to challenge each council person. I want you to give me 2 people, won't cost you a dime, 2 people in your district to come to our career fitness camp. People from the city of Pontiac, 2 from each district. That's all this next camp is going to be. Mayor, if you got a couple from the administration, I'd love to have them too. We limit it to quality. This is where you actually get people in the camp to get them fit to go to school, in higher education, fit to go into a higher position in work, fit to go into apprenticeship. We have been told that a lot of the candidates who come from Pontiac are not quite fit. Yes. And so that's what we're doing, trying to get them fit to go into these positions. And that's all about economic development for our city when we develop our talent. So I really hope everybody have a nice, happy holidays. I appreciate it, President, for putting it in there. That if they hit that QR code, they can go in there and sign up, and then they'll get an invitation to the camp. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Pastor Kathy Desiree.
First of all, in lieu of the fact that we've hired a new parks director, I think we ought to thank Kathy Lee, because she has done a boatload of work to keep these parks going, to get things moving, to get money for us in conjunction with Alex. And you've just been wonderful, and we sure hope you continue to be part of that group. I think a lot of times our politicians take trips and they're just trips. But the mayor just came back from a trip to Japan. If you remember, many years ago now, when the Japanese exchange students came here and we sent students there. And the Carters have been very instrumental in keeping that going. And they just came back from a trip over there. And I couldn't help thinking tonight. I remember as a young girl, if you had an Asian name, you were put in a concentration camp. You might have been American born, but you were Asian, and if you were Japanese, was beyond that. That's in my lifetime. And we don't do that anymore, do we? How many people tonight called us newbies who have been here 8 to 10 years? Outsiders. We're not outsiders. We live here. We came here on purpose. We came here to help do things within the purview of our expertise to help this city become what you want it to be. But you continue to call us outsiders, and you put us in your concentration camp of not being able to do things. You've got to stop that. And I thought, too, about Pontiac is sort of like the Detroit Lions. Almost there, but not quite. And, you know, every year for several years now, I remember when they won all the time, but not many people in this room do. They used to win a lot, but we changed coaches and changed coaches and changed coaches. Suddenly, we seem to have a coach who can figure out how to make them win. That's sort of Pontiac, isn't it? We've changed mayors, and we've changed councils, and we've changed, and we've changed. But as long as you keep calling people who want to help you outsiders, you're never going to win the division.
Thank you.
Amen.
Ms. Billy Swayzer. Chuck Johnson on deck.
Good evening, I'm Billy Swayzer, and I want to thank the council for voting against number 10, item number 10 on your agenda, because I surely did not want those little road islands. I've lived on that side of town on Owego, and I've worked in the city for, well, back in the day, 35 years. So it's really nice to be able to get on that right lane and go right on up to Telegraph and go take it where you have to go. I've done that even in the last month or so. Go to Ocean City, come back downtown to a business, and then go back on the north side because that's where I stay. So I'm glad to do that. So I'm glad y'all did that. And thank you, Mayor, for the update on on the other, item number 12, and that the citizens, that you're looking after the money so that the citizens don't have to pay extra just so people that have benefits, because that's one of the reasons I resigned from CPR, because I went to a meeting and there was a number of people that were totally pissed off about the benefits they had. And I was like, you know, call Blue Cross. They can get you a better benefit plan. You might have to pay some money, though. But thank you all for what you've done. Y'all have a Merry Christmas. See you next week.
Thank you. Chuck Johnson and Darlene Clark on deck.
I don't have a whole lot to say. Well, let me do my. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, those of you here in the audience and those of you at home watching by television. That's my monologue. I don't have anything much to say tonight, but I do want to call the administration and the council, Rutherford. I hear you speak proudly about Franklin Road and the completion. Just wondering two things. Number one, are you aware of the manholes that I indicated to you in my text to you today that are very low, 3 to 4 inches low? And I'm wondering to the administration, are those manhole covers, for the sake of a better term, it's the round steel caps in the middle of the road. They're all within 3 to 4 inches of the finished surface. Is that something that they're going to come back and complete, or do we have a guarantee? That sounds good. I'm glad to hear that, because right now, all you do is you hit one of those holes, it bangs your car. Boom, 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 boom. As far as the lines are concerned, keep watching. We're going to get there. I've talked enough on certain subjects, and I'm not going to keep bringing them up and beating them down, but I'll bring it up later on, maybe after the holiday. Thank you very much, and Merry Christmas to everybody and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Darlene Clark, Gloria Miller on deck.
Good afternoon, good evening. Darlene Clark speaking as a resident. You know, again, I am a resident, and I don't know if people who's been here such a short time have a complex about what we really think of them without asking us. Pontiac residents, the ones who's born and raised, are very, very welcoming people. We have the heart on the outside on our sleeve, and we welcome change. We're not looking for hand out from the people who come here. When the people come to the city of Pontiac, you want to fix us. You don't ask, you fix us. But what are you fixing? You don't ask us what we want. We tell you what I want. You don't listen, but you think you can fix it. But how can you fix something you don't know anything about? How can you fix a neighbor that you don't even want to speak to or even socialize to find out where the problem's at? You're not outsiders. You're trying to make a home base. We already have the home base. Do you understand what I'm saying? We've been through the trials and tribulations and the storms that Pontiac had to offer. We've seen the changes. We've seen things taken from us. You were not here. So when we go to talk and say things that we want for the people who live and born and raised and helped build Pontiac, you got to remember, our families helped build Pontiac, and it was taken away from by the emergency manager. People who've been here 7 years, 10 years, 13, 2, 1, oh, we can fix that. How are you going to fix it? Tell us how to fix it, because we did fix it. It was taken. So when you sit here and think that the residents are trying to call you outsiders, we're not calling you outsiders. We're trying to welcome you into the fold, but stop trying to fix us and ask us what we want and give us what we want. We want what any other city have. We don't want no islands in the middle of the street. We don't want no bike lanes where the traffic can't flow straight. Do you see that in Bloomfield? Do you see that in Birmingham? And Birmingham is tight downtown. Oh, Birmingham, oh, Woodward. So trying to fix us is listening to us. Trying to help us Give us what we're asking for with respect. Listen to us. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So you're not outside. Yeah, you outsiders to us if you continue to try to fix us. Don't fix us. And because you live in your pearly so-called white homes or whatever conditions that you live in, trust us. You got it easy because people from the past had to work hard, was denied. We were denied, and we got it anyway through the backdoor deals.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm gonna be the Scrooge.
Gloria Miller and then Matt Garris.
I'm gonna be the Scrooge, as always. So, because I'm gonna tell you like it is. Just because you do one thing good for me, don't impress me at all, okay? Mr. Maxey, I get calls every day too. We got young people out there starving to death. Thank you. Don't have nowhere to live. I'm going to some now, I give them money. I stop on the street, I help them. Because God is good to me. I don't want for nothing. But just because I could be just like those people one day. And that's what I don't hear none of you say about. Some of you preachers never talk about the hungry, never talk about the people that ain't got nowhere to live. These young people in this city is suffering. So when I see this lighthouse for Carlton, I don't know Carlton no more than when I started coming down here. First of all, I want the public to know this. We're not in cahoots. We just agree with most of everything that's going on here. And Carlton and I do it a little different. I do it a little more coarser because I've been in politics. And politics is being played. And when you come to playing my people, I don't care who you are. We've been played by everybody that sat in their seat. They go out and they campaign what they're going to do. I'm going to do this for you. I'm going to do that for you. And then when you get there, you don't do it. You don't do it. So we hold you accountable. We're going to stop you from coming here and lying to us. You said you're going to come and help. Yes, the last administration was a nightmare. And you came right in and fell right in the same hole. It took you 2 years for us to get the money from GERS. The people that done died. I look at the list when I go to the GERS meeting, the people that done died, Mr. Maxey. Some of them didn't have the money at one point to get their medicine. No, I don't try to disrupt, but you don't come here and try to tell us how to live when we done live here long enough. And then you have to wonder about, sometimes people ask me, well, you know what, Gloria, what do you want? I don't want anything from the city of Pontiac. I just want my people to be right. And I'm not. I know what they say, when I see it, I know it. I know when you're not doing the right thing for the people. Because if you were, not one of you mentioned this young man that was killed in the last week, Mr. Maxey. The young people here are sad. They're lonely. They need jobs, Carlton. They need TDC. We don't need nobody from another state. We need you. We need people that can relate to our young people in the street. Whether they white, Puerto Rican, they need help. They got no allegiance to come here and do anything for us. Mr. Maxey, you said 2024? It's 2023, 24, 25 for me. It never stopped. The fight continues. And I don't believe in begging no one for nothing. Never have. I fight for what I wanted. I asked you once or twice. Guess what? We got an election. That's when you speak back, Pontiac. You don't keep begging. You were placed there to do a job. And I'll tell you one thing. You just keep not doing it, you're going to see where you're going to be at. I'm not begging you for anything. The people are speaking to me through you. You're not listening.
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Matt Garris. And I'll be honest with you. For the address, NYDB. Now, just for the city of Pontiac. I'm tired of it. Every effing year, I get these from the city of Pontiac that are sent to Oakland County about nothing. And I'm tired of hearing that, pay it. Damn it, I'm paying it, I keep paying. Next thing, respect. I'm proud of it. I'll say this American flag, proud of it. POW, MIA, I've been there, done did that. And for me to come here, in this bill right here, in 2016, And I got this people who code enforcement, and whatever the idiot is called. I had spent about $50,000 to this city paying fines. And I've been told, y'all want me out of here, so you bill me. Bill me. I got the damn letter here today. Registering my house as rental. How in the hell you expect me to live? And you know, I'm looking at what the state say about it. The state says you have to have an address. You have to have a number address. You can't have a P.O. box no more. So, and like then again to now District 1 and District 7, they're the lost cause district. Amen. District 1 in particular. We was taken from District 2 to put in District 1 to help a section of land that was just no longer it needs to be developed now. The lakeside homes over there. And they put them garages over there in Washington Park where I live. Then with District 7, get back District 1 again. We received money from this city. The city had received money, federal money. With this ash, whatever the ash thing was, with them trees, cut the trees, grind the stumps. Didn't happen. The trees wound up falling over, and now.
That does conclude your time.
Wait just a moment. I'm speaking now. You gotta stop. I got these right here.
That does conclude your time.
Now, give us some time. Even though you're a POW, I don't think they will understand.
But
just give it up, sit down, have a seat.
Well, all these things, I want you all to straighten this out.
Have a seat.
I'm going to replace some damn sidewalks. I ain't seen a sidewalk I've been owning property 40 years.
And now they're going to try to lock it up.
I need somebody to do something about it.
Thank you, sir. That concludes public comment. President McGinnis.
Thank you, Pro Tem Carrington. Next are discussions. Number 13, we want to make sure the community knows about the Pontiac Small Business Program. The Technical Assistance Awards application window is now open, and that's running through from December 11th through January 3rd. We'll make sure the community knows about it. Anyone else want to speak about that? Just want to emphasize that. It was previously announced by the mayor and deputy mayor and the administration. Councilman Rutherford.
I have a question for the administration. Can anyone that is an elected official receive those awards? Meaning, if you are an elected official, can you do technical assistance?
I don't know the answer categorically, so we will seek an attorney opinion on what is appropriate.
Thank you.
And this is the window to apply for receiving the benefit, the awards. But there is also, relatedly, a request for proposals to administer some functions, or is that already come and gone?
That application window has closed. That closed on Friday. So which of those two items are you, through the president, which of those two items is Councilwoman Rutherford asking about?
What I'm referring to, can someone that is an elected official administer technical support? Meaning, can they be teaching technical support if they are an elected official? Because previously, in certain programs, and I was told this by you, that, excuse me, let me correct myself. I was told this by Alexandra Borengesser, via you, that no elected official can benefit from any of these programs from the city. And so I'm asking it for a reason, because it was asked to me again, and I don't know the answer. So I just want to get a clarity on, if I'm an elected official, can I do technical support? If I'm an elected official, can I do home repair? If I'm an elected official, can I receive the grants and the loans that are coming up?
So are you, again, I don't mean to belabor this, and we can talk offline, but are you asking about the recipients of the programs, or are you asking about the contractor who's providing the programs?
I'm asking about the contractors and the recipient. I'm asking about both.
Okay. I'll try to find out the answer. It may depend, too, on the person's position as an elected official and whether or not they have any administrative control over the funding of those programs or other aspects of the programs.
So my follow-up would be in regards to the home repair. If I'm an elected official, could I apply for the home repair grants? Could I apply for the first-time homeowner money? That's what so I'm asking for me. If I'm, as an elected official, could I apply for the homeowner grant?
Sounds like the mayor is going to research that and provide city council responses. What would you like?
I would like him to say just that. I'm asking for me as an individual. If I'm a first-time home buyer with the upcoming home buyer grant program, could I apply?
I mean, we adopted something that may already spell that out. I just don't want us to, why are we winging it right now on the spot?
Well, that's why I've said I'll look into it and get an answer.
Is there any further discussion on? Do you have a follow-up?
Nope, I'll wait. I'll wait.
Any further discussion on this? All right, number 14, just want to make the community know that the federal government is proposing, it's not a done deal yet, but about expanding passenger rail service in America. And one of the new routes that they're proposing is from Pontiac to Cleveland. That would go Pontiac, Detroit, Detroit Metro Airport, Toledo, Cleveland. And so we'll just keep monitoring to see what that might impact in terms of the volume of rail traffic. Any further discussion on that? All right, number 15, a motion to adopt the resolution to proceed in closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268, subsection H of the Open Meetings Act to review an attorney-client privilege memorandum. Michigan case law 15.268, subsection 8, from the state of Michigan. This is the relevant item that is eligible for Open Meetings Act to review the attorney-client privilege memorandum. Is there a motion?
Moved by Carrington.
Moved by Pro Tem Carrington, second by Councilman Rutherford to go into closed session. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We stand at closed session at 10:09 p.m. We will vote when we are done. We will vote to come out of closed session and resume the agenda.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait.
Mike's off.
Is there a motion to come out of closed session? Thank you for that motion, Councilwoman James. So moved to come out of closed session and seconded by Pro Tem Carrington at 10:53 p.m. Hearing no discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the motion to come out of closed session.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yep.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries 5-0. We're out of closed session at 10:54 p.m. And as soon as Councilman Parker comes back into the room, Pro Tem Carrington's going to jet so he can finish grading papers before the midnighty deadline. We are at council communications. We have communicated them in writing. Please review them. All right, we are at clerk communications. Clerk Doyle. Letting the community know about when our final meetings are for the year.
So the next week's city council meeting is Wednesday at noon, which is December 27th. Then the following meeting, the first meeting of 2024, will be again Wednesday, January 3rd at noon. And then council goes back to its regular meetings on Tuesday on June 9th at 6 p.m.
So our next two meetings are Wednesdays at noon.
Right. And then the city is closed both this coming Monday, which is actual Christmas Day, the 25th and 26th, and the city is also closed January 1st and 2nd.
And that's why our meeting schedule has been impacted in part. With that, we're at closing comments. Mayor Greimel, if you're feeling frisky.
Well, just a few quick things. First, I have been asked by Tamika Ramsey, who organizes many small business activities in the city and organized this year's Small Business Passport event, that the passport box for Small Business Saturday, so this is for people to turn in their passports, will be in the clerk's office for the rest of this week up until next Wednesday, which I presume means December 27th. And that the raffle that is based on who turns in those small business passports will be conducted next Thursday, December 28th. I also wanted to just follow up on a few items that were brought up by members of the public. West Manor, for those who are not aware, we have tried to be very patient with the owner of West Manor to actually either fully demolish what's left following the fire or redevelop that development. That did not occur and has not occurred, and so the city filed a legal action against the owner to make sure that he is fulfilling his obligations to the city and the community. I know a member of the public spoke to a recent hearing. That hearing was on an effort by that owner to dismiss the lawsuit, and that essentially failed. There were, without getting into all the details, there was one claim that was dismissed, but the bulk of the claims that the city has brought were not dismissed. So that will continue in that legal action. That doesn't mean that this is going to be resolved next week or next month. It means that it will continue down that legal road. I also just wanted to emphasize that, yes, we are aware that there is additional work that needs to be done with the manhole covers on Franklin Road. I've tried to be very careful in my public comments that, yes, Franklin Road is reopened to traffic, and that's great. But in the spring, there will have to be some additional work done to finalize the manhole covers and some other items relating to drains on that street. And then lastly, I had an enjoyable trip to Japan. It was very hectic and busy and work-oriented and a little bit exhausting, but it was very fulfilling to interact with our sister city in Japan. The last time that a sitting mayor went to the sister city, I believe, was 25 years ago when Walter Moore visited the city. This year is our 45th anniversary of that sister city relationship. It was started in 1978. I also want to emphasize that no taxpayer dollars, no city funds were used for my travel to the sister city. We did use some city funds for Pontiac branded T-shirts, which I took as gifts and distributed to some of the city leaders, civic leaders, and business leaders in our sister city of Kusatsu, Shiga Prefecture, Japan. But no city funds were used in any way to fund my travel or my visit there. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, President McGinnis.
Thank you, sir. Deputy Mayor Stevens, anything?
Nothing, thank you.
Clerk Doyle. All right. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Yes, good evening. First of all, we had an amazing District 1 event for the District 1 Fellowship Dinner. I want to say shouts out to Congresswoman Haley Stevens and to Chairman Dave Woodward, to President Pro Tem and President Mike McGinnis and Carrington and Parker and Kafani for participating. So I was asked earlier in a text who was eligible, and I was given this paper which says Pontiac Small Business Program, and it says the following individuals are eligible to apply. Number one, Pontiac residents who own Pontiac-based businesses and non-resident business owners who will be seeking future small business grants. The following individuals are not eligible to apply. Business owners who are employees or directly assigned to work on the city small business program. 2, elected officials, including the mayor and city council. And 3, contractors affiliated with the small business program. So that is the answer to your question. If you are an elected official, you are not eligible per this information that was given to me from the Pontiac Small Business Program. Last but certainly not least, I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah and Kwanzaa, and all that jazz. And our next meeting will be the last Saturday of the month. And God bless you. Have a great evening.
All right, District 4, Councilman James.
Yes, I realize it is late, but I really feel pressed to address some of the issues that came up tonight relative to the proposal about the landfill area and also for former Purdue School. I listened to a lot of the comments, and with all due respect to Mr. Jones, to Ms. Wright, Mr. Johnson, I don't agree with some of the things that were said. And here's where I am. I do not think we are at the point where we should shut down any program that has the potential to benefit our young people. I know we have the tech program on Perry. I know we have the OCC program, but I was a part of when the home that was built for the low income, the home that was built out at the tech center, when that was, they had that program, the class that built that home was not a reflection of the diversity of the city of Pontiac. That class was almost totally all white. I believe I saw one African American in that class. So we really don't have the diversity we want to see in these programs. And I think there is huge opportunity for other programs to be in this city to be able to engage our young people. So I don't get that we are at the point where we want to shut that down. I think there's opportunity for TDC to work with young people, to work with young adults trying to get jobs, and there are opportunities for other groups like this Lift Up program who focus on, and that was part of the presentation, that they focus on kids who are in the system, which the city of Pontiac has tons of kids who are in the system, who are, and this program would give them a choice of whether you go to juvenile home or whether you go into that program. So, I mean, there's huge opportunity here, and there is huge need in the city of Pontiac. So we need these diverse programs. We need as much workforce development as we can get. So with all due respect to TDC, you don't have to be the only source of workforce development for the city of Pontiac. With that said, I want to wish all of you a very Merry Christmas. Pontiac has accomplished a lot of things, but we've got a long way to go. Nobody is saying that all the problems are solved. We know we've got a long way to go. But I'll tell you, one thing I would love to see is for us to sit down and be able to really talk facts, to really be able to get into the detail of what we're trying to do, and not, if we could one day come to this council meeting and really deal with the issues and not the insinuendos, not the personal attacks, not all. If we could just one time do that, I'll tell you, it would make my day. We've got to get to the business of dealing with facts and really being able to be honest and look at something for what it is. If it benefits us or if it doesn't benefit us, but to look at the facts and not just try to demolish people week after week after week. With that said, this is the holiday season, and I want to wish everyone a very, very Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Carrington. Oh, okay. I'll turn it to Councilman Parker. He's eager.
Thank you, Brother President. First, I want to thank the clerk for entertaining my questions that I had regarding the position that he had. Not for me so much as for some of the questions I was asked, that I wanted to make sure that everybody understood what you were doing and why it needed to be done. And so thank you very much. I want to thank everyone who came to the District 5 Christmas soiree downstairs. We had some marvelous time. Fun was had by all, and we left feeling upbeat and encouraged. And lastly, I just want to say thank you to this council for the marvelous work we have done through this year. I know we have one more meeting, I think, to finish out this year. But we've had some challenges, and we've overcame them. We've had some difficulties, and we've overcame them. We've had some issues, and we've been, well, anything that probably could be said has been said, and we kind of turned a blind ear and handled the business. And I want to thank each and every one of you for doing that. It's difficult to be in a position where people are allowed to talk about you, but you can't talk about them. And so I want to thank each and every one of you for your ability to hold your comments until after the mics go off sometimes. And with that, I want to say to everybody, to Pontiac in general, as we continue to approach the Christmas season, please do not forget, Christmas is about Him. And Him, I mean Jesus the Christ, and not you. Have a great evening.
Good evening. I'll be extremely brief. On behalf of the entire Pontiac City Council, not all are here this evening, but I know it firmly reflects the sentiments. We wish a joyous, safe, happy, and healthy holiday to all of our neighbors young and old, with means and without, the least of these and the left behind. And that's why intentionally we had our moment of silence this week for those service members also that are distantly away from our community serving abroad, as that's especially challenging for not only them, but the loved ones that are holding the home front here. For the sake of time, I will bid you all a good night. And is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilwoman James, that we adjourn this evening's meeting. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yeah.
4 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We stand adjourned at 11:07 p.m.